Hallelujah. El Shaddai, Lehenu, Elea, Botenu, Abiaba, Yitzchak, Abiako, Atak, Kwados, Shemeka, Kwados, Shemeka, Lola, Mahe, Washaman, B'nai Israel, El Shabbat, Lasot, El Shabbat, Ledor, Kamili, Olam, B'nai, B'nai Israel, Oti, Olam, Kisha, Shekin, Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shemaim, where Ta'adet, Bayom, Mashbi, Shabbat, Wa Inafash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tulateka, Baruch Kudushateka, El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Yilok, Olam Maye, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Olam Maye, Baruch Kabor Lohim Mikumo, Malek El Yom, Amuhu, Olam Maye. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Lekai.
The first chapter we go into is Exodus 16. Right? But before I go into Exodus 16, we're gonna dance around a little bit. We're gonna dance around a little bit in certain topics. All right? Now, there are two types of guilt. I said there are two types of guilt. When we don't have guilt, which brings about you being sorrowful for your actions and your words, which brings about you being sorrowful for the things that you do that is against God, which brings about you the things that you are sorrowful for what you said. Because your words can be offensive. I said your words can be offensive. Now, behind your words, it triggered off certain actions. Right? It's my job not to be wrong and strong. It's my job to be apologetic. Right. Because all this started all behind the words that you said. Right. All this negative action started behind what you said. Okay. But guess what? We can't see that. Huh? Reactive guilt. I said reactive guilt occurs when a person commits an act or says something that after the fact strikes them as unkind. Or having had a negative impact. It's a reaction to what you have done or said. But the things that we do it strike us as unkind or wrong or not right? Why do we continue to justify the things that we say and do that's contrary from what God says? Anticipatory guilt occurs when an individual knows that an act that they are going to commit or considering to commit might have a negative outcome. We don't think about the things that we are going to say. We don't think about the things that we are going to do. What could happen after I say it? What could happen after I do it? This is why I said there's certain levels in righteousness. That's right. There's levels in righteousness, man. And most of us ain't there. Right. You know why I say most of us is not there? Because we don't think before we speak. We don't think before we commit an act.
Okay.
What is the outcome behind you saying this? What is the outcome behind you doing this? We don't think on that. There's levels in righteousness. Most of us don't think about the things that we do.
Okay.
Behind what's the outcome? We just react. We just move and expect everything else to accept it. Huh? We expect everybody else to accept it. So now behind your actions and the things that you said, it brought about negative actions. What happened now? I can't say nothing to them. I can't say nothing to him or them or whoever because you started it by your actions and what you said out of your mouth. But we're not thinking about none of that.
Okay.
I said, we ain't thinking about none of that. You know what caused us not to check ourselves? I was listening to brother. The brother said, overinflated ego.
Okay.
Overinflated ego is when you look at yourself as better. When you look at yourself as better. Then our forefathers didn't move that way. Show me in the book where our forefathers said, I'm better than you.
Okay.
I said, show me one book.
Nope.
Out of all the Old Testament, go into the Apocrypha and show me where those godly men that God chose turned towards the people and said, I'm better than you. Even though they was. But they never voiced it. Because their level of pride, look, they didn't have no pride in them. Look, I'm not even going to say level because they had zero amount of pride in them. Zero amount of pride.
Right. That's what it is.
And that's what moved them to humble before God and man.
Right.
I said, that's what moved them to humble before God and man. Ain't nothing wrong with me humbling myself to you.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with me humbling myself to you.
That's right.
Ain't nothing wrong with you humbling yourself to me.
Right.
We have to learn to humble each other humble with each other.
Parents.
Humble with each other and humble to our parents. But we can't humble to God.
Okay.
God is number one.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents, number two.
That's right.
We number three.
Right.
Each other. You know what that is? Ain't nothing wrong with calling you man. Hey, Chief Mikael, I know you're angry at me. Let me holler at you, man. What's up, man? I can give you a call. I ain't gotta keep a grudge. You know why? Because God is against grudging. But we said we're doing all the law.
Okay.
We said we ain't gonna sin presumptuously.
Okay.
That's also a command. But we hold grudges. And the grudge gets stronger. And it gets stronger as it gets heavy.
Yeah.
You keep holding on to it. It affects the person that holds on to it. It don't affect the other person. It affects the person that holds on. Guilt is an emotional experience that manifests in response to ones that committed an action. Having a thought. Guilt is expressed through words, your actions, demonstrations, apologies and acts of kinds that are meant to counteract your negative actions or changes in behavior. So when you apologize, guess what?
changes in your behavior comes with it. When you are sorrowful, changes in your behavior comes with it.
Okay.
This is why when we confess our iniquities before God, I gotta see some type of changes in you.
That's right.
When you decide to send up 7 and 8 and 14 prayers before God, I gotta see some changes in you. When you have made your mind up to serve God, I must see changes. The changes includes ways of action, ways of thinking, how you think, and how you move. That's how you improve before God. We can't keep talking.
That's right.
That's all we do is talk.
Talk.
You talk a good one.
Right.
I said, we talk a good one. Walking around here like you're young. You pushing 50. I say you're pushing 50 and nobody's changing.
And 60.
You pushing 50 and 60 and nobody's changing. Huh? Do you truly or do you really have the desire to change?
No.
Now you gotta question yourself.
Okay.
Do you got the desire to change? Because when you have that desire to change, you change 360. You change all around. That's how it moves. Come on, man. Guilt is tied to empathy. I said guilt is tied to empathy. It what? I thought you said it matches. Huh? Pushing a person to look beyond themselves. Empathy is what causes you to look at yourself. Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said empathy is what causes you to look at yourself before I look at you. Empathy causes you to look at yourself before I look at you and point the finger. Check yourself. Check yourself. I said check yourself. And consider that person's situation by handling it accordingly.
Okay.
There's a way to handle certain situations. Huh? There's a way that you handle matters. Huh? And when we handling matters, I have to handle it accordingly. Huh? To the person's situation. Which means sometimes you got to get yourself out your own box. Get out of my comfort zone and go into your zone.
Yeah.
Be able to put yourself in his shoes to understand what he or she is going through. And now you can deal with the situation righteously.
Yeah.
Now you can deal with the situation righteously. Empathetic guilt is feeling overly sorry for someone being able to understand and share the feelings of others and what the person is going through. See things from their point of view and imagine yourself in their place. Put yourself in their place. But you know why we can't do that? Because our level of pride is through the roof.
There you go.
Our level of pride is through the roof.
There you go.
Overinflated ego. When you feel you better than that person. When you feel you move better than that person. When you feel you doing more than that person. Get out of here with those thoughts.
That's right.
I don't think that way, and I don't want to think that way. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
You want to continue moving that way? Go that way.
Right.
Stay away from me with those type of way of
Right.
damnation. Because all you're doing is damning yourself.
Okay.
Exodus chapter 16.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the
They
congregation.
took their journey from Elim. Elim means palms. The second encampment of the Israelites after the Exodus. The wilderness of sin was westward of Mount Sinai. God is taking them through it. God is bringing them through the wilderness to prove them. God proves you with your senses. He brought them through the wilderness and starved them just to see if they was going to trust in God. When they see there's no help, when you're at the brink of the sea, there ain't nowhere to go. What they did, they ain't trusting God. They complained. Moses turned to God. God said, listen, man, I had made you a God in the sight of the people. He said, you take that rod and go split the sea. I said, you go take the rod and split the sea. Moses took that rod and went to work. East wind blew all night. God put a thick cloud in between the Egyptians and Israel. There was a type of darkness that can be felt. So when they drew by that east wind split that Red Sea, and they passed through on dry ground. Now imagine that. It wasn't a flat surface.
No.
Before they crossed, they had to walk down. You know how deep a sea is? So that should tell you how long that east wind blew. The east wind had to continue blowing. That's what held up the water.
Yeah.
And while God is great, man. My God is great, man. My God is great, man. There ain't no other God but the eternal one, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None. And we use these things that we read to boost yourself. To boost yourself, to encourage yourself, to strengthen yourself in the laws and the commandments of God. Because you don't want to die in your sin. I don't want to die in my sin. So we use these things that we read about to strengthen ourselves. They walked down. Then they had to cross over. Then they had to walk up. Scientists found chariot wheels and swords and all these things at the bottom of the Red Sea. Skeletons. They found that. God left that as proof. Tom Sheep.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt.
Tom Sheep.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against
Wait a minute. And the whole congregation did what?
Murmured against Moses.
They murmured against who?
Moses.
Against Moses.
And Aaron in the wilderness.
Okay. Sometimes your complaints ain't against the person you're complaining about.
It's about somebody else.
Sometimes your complaints is against God.
That's what you're complaining to.
All right? Now, what does it mean to complain? To murmur, it means to complain. And when you complain, when you murmur, you're not satisfied. There's something that's causing you or making you complain. So when you still have something to say, you're not sad. No, I agree. No, you don't agree because you still got something to say.
That's right.
You still have. You shouldn't have nothing to say or voice. Right. Acknowledge your fault and stand down.
Yeah.
Acknowledge that you was wrong and stand down. There's nothing to say.
That's right.
You're wrong.
That's right.
Submit. Yield.
Yeah.
To express what? Dissatisfaction of the action of others. Guess what the last one is? That is against God. Let me repeat that. Let me repeat that. To express dissatisfaction of the action of others that is against God.
Teach.
And every time we murmured about and complained about the wrong thing, one of our complaints, God sent. That's why it's called tabera. Tabera means a burning. He sent fire in the midst of this evil congregation and consumed them in their murmurings. We got to be careful of what we complain about. We got to be careful of what we get agitated about. We got to be careful of what make us angry. Sometimes we got to back up. And we got to ask ourselves, what am I angry at, brother said? And then after you ask yourself, what are you angry at? Then you got to ask yourself, did that person violate a law or a commandment in the book? What's making me angry?
Teach.
I said we got to ask ourselves, the person that we're angry at, did he violate a law in that book?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So what you angry at?
Okay.
What are you complaining about? If we're training ourselves to be holy like unto God, then what makes God angry? Make me angry.
That's right.
If God ain't angry, then you shouldn't be angry.
Okay.
If there's no violation that occurred, then what you angry at?
Okay.
You know what it is?
Right.
Vanity and pride
That's right.
is what causes you to get angry and dissatisfaction for the wrong things. For the wrong things.
Okay.
Let's read.
Verse 3. And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt.
You hear this blasphemous words? You hear the blasphemous words? Would to God that we should have died in the land of Egypt. You know what some more blasphemous words? I ain't coming back here.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness.
I ain't coming back. You got mad, you're angry. I ain't coming back. But guess what? I found myself back. You know who said those things? Me.
Shoot.
My father would get on me hard. I ain't coming back, man. And I leave in tears. But guess what? I always found my high back.
Back here. That's right.
Me. So when I talk, I'm not inflicting nothing on you. I'm talking to the evil that I have in me and the things that I've done that is contrary and opposite to God.
Yeah.
Huh? I ain't coming back, man. I'm out, man. But you know what? I always find myself back.
Right.
I override my emotions and my feelings. Me. That's who. But the constant reading these laws, commandments, and statutes, you will change your ways. You will have a different mentality.
There you go.
You will stop thinking the way you used to think.
Right.
That is opposite and contrary to what God says. You ain't reading that book work. That's why God commanded the king to read the law every day. He said so that your heart won't be lifted up above your brethren.
Right.
Huh? When your heart is lifted up above your brethren, that's what you call overinflated egos. That's what it means. It's pride. Then he told him to read it every day so that you may learn to fear God. Because you're not going to learn to fear God without reading this book.
That's right.
You're not going to learn the ways of God without reading this book.
That's right.
Let's read it.
Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the
Would
land
to
of
God
Egypt,
we had died by the hand of the Lord.
when we sat by the flesh pot.
When we sat all because of food. This is why I told you, you get tested.
Mm-hmm.
I said you get tested by your senses.
Mm.
One of the senses that they got tested with was what? Taste, their appetite.
That's a sense. Taste
Wow.
is a sense. What is a sense?
Now this test proved that they didn't have trust in God.
That's right.
This is why God brought them through the wilderness, to prove them and try them, to validate them,
Mm.
huh? To see your worth. Go ahead.
By the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, for he had brought us forth into this wilderness to fill this whole assembly with hunger. Verse 4. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you.
What Moses? Read that again.
Then said the Lord unto Moses,
Uh-huh.
Behold, I will rain bread from
I
heaven.
will rain bread from heaven for you.
And the people shall go out.
The people shall go
and
out
gather a certain rate every
and
day.
gather a certain rate every day. Go ahead.
That I may.
God is proving them with the same bread that He's giving them.
Yeah.
What God give you and bless you with, He prove you with the same thing He gives you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no.
Okay.
Verse 5. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in.
Okay. He said, and it shall come to pass that what? They shall prepare.
Prepare.
Right? That which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily on the 6th day. Notice it didn't say 7. The word for prepare is hekinu. Right? Hekinu means to prepare, to arrange, to provide. These are things that has to be done on the 6th day.
Mm.
So the preparation of anything must be prepared before Shabbat.
That's right.
The arranging of anything should be arranged before Shabbat. You can't arrange the chairs on Shabbat morning.
No.
The chairs should have been arranged already. This is why I was against Unity Shabbat, because there's a lot of arranging that goes on during Shabbat.
Right.
People bring speakers, they're picking up speakers, they're setting speakers up, putting cords in, setting the chairs up. People is bringing loads of food, picking up food, dropping it on the table, bringing drinks. If you don't think that's work, there's something wrong with your mental faculty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something wrong with the way you think, man.
Okay.
That's work. All that should have been arranged and set up already. This is why Unity Shabbat is not for Shabbat.
That's right.
Right.
Unity Shabbat should be on another day.
That's right.
Ain't nothing wrong with getting together, but all that bringing the speakers and setting this up and arranging this, that's profaning the day.
Right.
That's profaning the day.
Yeah.
Leave the Shabbat the way it is.
Tom sheet.
And Moses said unto Aaron and unto all the children of Israel.
Okay, wait a minute. Stay at where you at.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go back. He said, and that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or not. Now, the word prove is nasah. The Hebrew word for nasah, it means to prove, to test, or try. Now we're going to learn, how do God prove us? How do God try us? How do God test us? To prove means to establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. What are the evidence that we have? God has opened our eyes to. Mount Sinai was discovered by scientists that there was a large amount of sulfur on that mountain. And in order for that mountain to have so much sulfur, it means it had to have been on fire at a point in time in history.
That's right. That's right.
the cave of Machpelah was found. Scientists found that, and it's wrapped up in chains. Lot's wife was found in a pillar of salt, held up in chains over a highway. That's right. Seashells was found on the highest mountain, which means there was a flood at a point in time in history. And they had the ark in Mount Ararat, which is Turkey, stuck.
Evidence.
Dark matter. Scientists have dark matter because the darkness that was upon the face of the deep in the beginning wasn't regular darkness. It was a type of thick darkness that could not be penetrated by light. God had to separate it. By what? Requia, the firmament, space. So that means we had darkness below and darkness up top. Notice that when you go so deep into the sea, the darker you go, the darker it is. You go into a realm where the fishes that's deep below don't have no eyes because you can't see nothing. So they move around with antennas and sensors, radars. We're dealing with a high power God.
Yeah, Baruch Hashem.
Huh? We're dealing with a high power God. Oh, yes. There is no God like our God.
No.
None. Validity. When God establishes your validity, it means it's being based on truth or reason or of a person being able to be accepted. You know what that is? God try you to see if I'm able to take you in. I said, God try you to see if he's able. Are you the type of person that I can accept? Before God accepted Abel, he tried him. Okay. And he tried Cain, and he didn't accept him. But God told Cain one thing. Ta'tib. Ta'tib means to improve. Ta'tib means to do good. If you improve, that's all God is looking for. Improvement. Okay. God don't down you for your lifestyle and the things that you do, but do you improve? Do you do better? Are you able to stop doing the things that is contrary to God and do better? That's what counts. I said, that's what counts. To establish the truth. To establish the truth is when you prove what's correct or free from doubt. God proves you and tests you by what? I said, God proves you and tests you. He tries you by your faith, by your obedience, and your virtue. Woo. He knows how stubborn you is. So he wants to see if you can deflate your pride, muffle your pride, and obey what God said to obey. Okay. He wants to see if you can muffle your pride and live according to those virtues, to those godly and righteous virtues that you have in you. But sometimes the pride in us takes over the virtue that you have. You know why? Because we feed the pride more than feeding the righteousness that we have in us. We have good and bad in us.
Yeah.
I have good and bad in me.
Right.
We all got good and bad in us. But our job is to strengthen the righteousness that we have in us so that we can overcome the evil that's in us. The Creator tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances. I said, God tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances. Why you think he took the nation of Israel through the wilderness? To test their faith. After what they saw, what went down in Egypt. He said, okay, now, the big test is here. Bring them through the wilderness. I said, bring them through the wilderness. God tests your faith by putting you through difficult circumstances that challenges your faith in God, in which most of us fail and return back to their past. These trials God put us through can help us grow in our faith and develop perseverance. Woo! You see why God put us through what he put us through? He's trying to strengthen you. He's trying to strengthen the perseverance that's in you. Do we know what perseverance is? Huh? Perseverance is continued effort to do or achieve something despite difficulties, despite failure, despite opposition. You are able to endure in the laws of God.
No breaking, no breaking.
Without breaking. Huh? Perseverance builds spiritual stamina.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
right, Zacharias. Hit it on the nail.
Oh, yeah.
That builds spiritual stamina. And you need spiritual stamina to get through life. You know why? Because we get hit on every angle. I said we get hit on every angle. Why? Because we serving God. We keeping his laws. He don't got nothing to do with the Christians. They're already doing his bidding.
Right.
Let's read. Where we at? Verse 5?
Verse 5.
Time sheet.
And it shall come to pass.
Hold up. I ain't finished yet. My bad. So when the Creator tests our obedience, is to see if we can live up to God's intended purpose for humanity. Huh? The Most High tests our obedience so our faith in God can be strengthened. So when God tests us, it goes into observation. Able to conform to God's law when God is observing you. The person has done something that caused God to turn his attention towards you. To evaluate means what? To determine the value or worth of a person, to reveal to them who God is. Your trial is your test of faith. Your trial is your test of patience. Your trial is your test of patience or stamina by putting you through suffering or temptations.
That's how you get tested.
That's how you get tested. An ordeal is a long-lasting event, something difficult or painful you go through to test your conformity to the belief of God, but under God's control. I said, under God's control. He try you. He try you according to your ways. He tries you according to his laws. Let's see if you change, if you're going to continue in this way. Continue this way. There comes a point in time when you got to change the way you is.
Right.
Because the way you is not godly. The way I am is not godly. I have to change according to what God likes. I got to change according to the ways of God. So when God try you, it means what? To subject a person to undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation that tests your endurance. He put you through it, man.
Undue strain.
Time sheet.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in. And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, at even, then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. Verse 7.
Verse 7.
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for he heareth your murmurings against the
You
Lord.
heard your murmurings against God. Read.
And what are we that
What
ye
are we?
murmur against us?
That your murmurings and complaining against me is nothing. I ain't the one you complain about. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, so that the Lord heareth your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us.
Not against us.
But against the Lord.
But it's against God. Your complaints is against God. You angry against God. Go ahead.
And Moses spake unto Aaron, say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud.
The glory of God appeared in the cloud. The glory of God appeared in the cloud. It's the visible manifestation of the divine presence of God during Israel's exodus from Egypt in the wilderness, wanderings. This is why God is called I am that I am. I will be that which I choose to be. I will become what I choose to become. This is why he comes in all different shapes. He comes anyway, anyhow, anyway.
That's right.
This is why he's able to come and put his glory in that cloud. This is why his glory was in that fire when it ignited just by his presence. Just by the presence, God's presence alone, the whole mountain range got ignited. Then a point in time in history where God took Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock, moved his hand, and showed him his back part. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, and even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. And you shall know that I am the Lord your God. Verse 13. And it came to pass that at even the quails
came up
and covered the camp. And in the morning the dew lay round about the host. When the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna.
It is manna.
But they wist not what it was.
They didn't know what it was.
Moses said unto them, this is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man.
See, we got to realize the ways of God. The people complained and murdered and talked evil of God, said things that they shouldn't have said. And not every time he chastised them.
Right. He didn't punish them.
Not every time he punished them. But he fed them for their murmurings. He fed them for their murmurings. We ain't like that, man. We ain't nowhere near that. We always ready to thumbs down a person over and over. Give the person a chance. Sometimes we gotta leave things alone.
That's right.
Don't stir it up.
You know who said that? My father. Yeah. Sometimes you need to leave things alone. He didn't follow through with everything.
That's right.
No, he didn't. You know why? He said, because I'm trying to pattern myself after my forefathers. We cannot continue to answer everything. And because of that, he's not trying to answer everything. Some people he accepted back. Why? Because he let it go. If you're truly letting it go, then why you're not at peace with this person. He had the question. He said that. He said, so because I'm training myself to be like my forefathers, I got to let it go. He said, you know what? Don't worry about that. He said, this one could come back. This one come here. This one, I ain't calling on them. He said that. He said those things. So you learn righteousness first from your father.
That's correct.
Right.
I say you learn righteousness first from your parents. Before God show you righteousness, you learn righteousness from your parents first.
That's right. That's right. Teach.
Your father taught you righteousness.
That's right.
He showed you
Show you the way.
what righteousness is.
That's right. That's right. That's where you got it from.
He's the example.
That's right.
Even though under all the hot-headedness, because he was a hothead, but the man had a heart. The man said one thing, but you know what? He said, nah, I can't move that way.
Right.
He said this over here, nah, I can't move that way.
Right.
He said it wouldn't be godly. It wouldn't be godly for me to move that way. It wouldn't be godly for me to move this way.
That's right.
Guess what? But we want to be harder than our father.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't harder than Pop Dukes.
Okay. No.
No, we ain't.
No. No.
We ain't more righteous than him.
Yeah.
None of that. The
That's
level
right.
that man is on, we'll never be on that level.
That's right.
Never. I know I won't. I know I won't.
That's right.
Tom C.
That's right. Teach, Shama.
Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. Verse 17. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some, and gathered.
They didn't
some more,
follow the order.
some less.
They didn't follow the order. Moses told them the order, and God proved them with the same thing.
Yeah.
He proved them with the manna.
Yeah.
He said, take a omer. Some gathered less. Some gathered more. What took place now? What
And
happened?
when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over.
Had nothing over.
And he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating.
They gathered every man according to his eating. Go ahead.
And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto
They
Moses.
hearkened not unto Moses.
But some of them left.
Some of them left until the morning.
And it bred worms.
And it bred worms.
It stank.
It stank.
And Moses was wroth.
Moses was angry with them. Rightfully
Yes.
so.
Right.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers
On the 6th day, they gathered how much?
2.
Twice as much. They gathered double omer. Why? Because you're not going to go out there and gather no omer on Shabbat. This is the same action. This is the same word, the same Hebrew word, the same action that the man got caught gathering sticks. And they grabbed them and they killed them. Which means to gather on Shabbat is work.
Teach.
The book teaches us the do's and the don'ts on Shabbat. I can't formulate and make things up on my own mind. It ain't only talking about servile work.
Okay.
Servile work in the Hebrew is melaka. Meleket aboda. Melaka and abad. Abad means to serve. Melaka is work.
Yeah.
And it wasn't specific. You can't do household work.
No.
I'm not picking up no mop and mopping up no. I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm not doing that.
That's right.
If I spill something, I get about 4 or 5 paper towels. I suck whatever and throw it on top of it so nobody's stripped. And I kick that bad boy to the side. I'm not using a mop. I'm not using a broom.
That's right.
I'm not washing no dishes.
That's right.
To rinse is to wash.
Rinse is to wash.
Right.
If my spoon fall on the floor, I'm not going to take it and rinse it because you're washing it.
That's right.
My spoon fall on the floor, I will take that spoon, put it aside, and get me another spoon.
Right.
That's how deep and that's how far we got to go, because we don't have Moses here to explain nothing.
That's right.
You know how far we are from God?
Oh.
We so far away that he didn't give us no prophets and no priests to explain nothing to us.
Nothing. Nobody. Nothing.
Gave us the book and said, fend for yourself. So now God, like I said all the time, God deals with us according to how I move with his laws. Let's read it.
And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread.
What verse we at?
22. 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seethe that ye will seethe.
Bake that which you're going to bake today. Seethe, which is boiled. What you going to boil today? Read.
And that which remained over lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
Read.
They laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink.
And it did not stink.
Neither was there any worms
Neither was there any worms therein.
And Moses said, eat that today. For today is a Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field.
Today you're not going to find it in the fields. Read.
6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none.
What are they doing?
Just got told it ain't gonna be
You just got through being told that you're not going to find it in the field.
Okay.
But they didn't believe God. They didn't believe.
That's right.
So they still went out in the field looking for bread.
Yeah.
And if they would have found the bread, they would have gathered it.
Yeah. See?
Tomshi.
And the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws?
How long do you refuse to keep my commandments and my laws? Go ahead.
See, for that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days.
The bread of 2 days.
Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed. White. And the taste of it was like wafers. Made with honey.
Read.
And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to
hold up. It says, stay where you at. So the people rested. The word for rested is Shabbat. Shabbat means rested, and it means cessation. Cessation, CESSATION.
That's right.
Know what that means? Temporary or a complete stopping.
Okay.
Work stop.
Discontinuance. Everything is put on the halt. Everything is on a standstill. To rest means to cease from or being brought to an end of work or movement. Your job is to get to the place of where you're congregating at. I am not and I will not congregate, and then on Shabbat I pick up to take a flight or to travel. I'm not doing that. You know why? Because I look up the meaning of words, of rest, and all these things. And when I read these things, I compare it with what I read. So I can know what to do, what not to do, what to stay away from, what not to stay away from, how to act, how not to act.
Okay.
Let's read.
And Moses said, "This is the day which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness."
Go to Numbers chapter 12. Do you know we have a omer of manna in the ark?
That's right. It ain't spoiled.
It's still there.
It's still there. Evidence.
That ark, God commanded Jeremiah to stash the ark.
He sure did.
People say, oh, they got a hold of the ark. No, they didn't.
Yeah, that's a fake.
No, they didn't. They ain't get a hold of no ark.
Fake.
God commanded Jeremiah to stash the ark.
Right.
That's right.
They ain't get a hold of that. Let's read. You got it? Numbers 12.
Numbers chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman.
Miriam and Aaron did what?
Spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married.
Moses was on a certain level with God to where even you ain't got to do nothing to him. All you got to do is speak against him, and God heard it. If your words is offensive to Moses, then you offended God.
Okay.
Now, we got to be careful of who we speak negative about.
Yeah.
Because you don't know their standards with God.
Okay.
So we speak against godly people or people that God accepts
Teach.
and don't feel no way about it. When we can't put our foot in none of these men's we can't put our foot in none of their shoes. We can't put our foot in none of these men's shoes.
No.
Tom, see?
And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the
Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses
because
of
the
what?
Ethiopian woman,
Ethiopian woman
whom he had married. For he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, "Had the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us?" And the Lord heard it.
God heard it. Go ahead.
Now the man Moses was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth.
Now, Moses was a meek man. And because of how meek he was with God, that's why God looked at him and said, now this guy, I can use. I can use him. Meek meaning humble. Right?
Yeah.
Meek means to submit yourself to the will of God.
Okay.
Yeah.
To submit yourself to the will of God.
Okay.
This is something that wasn't taught.
Okay.
He had submission in him already. He was born with that.
Yeah.
Moses was born with that submission to God.
Yeah.
Some of us was born with certain amount of good in us. Right? Submit yourself to the will of God, enduring with patience and without resentment. This is why he was able to deal with the nation. Because he had so much patience in him. He had so much patience in him. And God appointed a man with that amount of patience because God already knew the type of people he was dealing with.
Okay.
The person that he put over these people had to be a man with a certain amount of patience in him. Because the normal man would have killed everybody.
Okay.
Say that again.
I said the normal man would have slayed the whole nation.
I'm trying to kill you 10 times.
Okay? What does humble mean? Humble means what? Not proud or haughty. Not arrogant or assertive. Having a low estimate of one's own importance. Which means you don't think too highly or so highly about your capabilities.
Okay.
You're modest about it. Guess what? It's not for me to say I'm better. I'll let you say it.
That's right.
I let you say it.
Yeah.
And then when you say it, I'm still humble about it. Nah, I don't even want to hear it. Nah, I'm good.
No flattery.
I don't deserve none of that.
Right.
It's not for me to say certain things.
Right.
It's for the people to say it.
Yeah.
Because it is pride. When you say it, it's pride on you.
Yeah.
You say you toot your own.
It denotes
Right.
pride on yourself.
That's right.
Stop tooting your own horn.
That's right.
Let somebody else toot it.
That's right.
Tom Shee.
That's
The
right.
Lord spake suddenly unto Moses, and unto Aaron, and unto Miriam. Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out.
Uh-oh.
And the Lord
What
came,
God said?
and the Lord spake suddenly
Suddenly.
unto Moses,
Uh-huh.
and unto Aaron, and unto Miriam. Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. The Lord came
So
down.
now God called Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. All three of these guys is in front of the entrance of the tabernacle. At this point in time, the glory of God is in front of the tabernacle and that pillar. They are before God. These people heard the voice of God.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the voice.
You know why I laugh, man? It's a beautiful thing, man,
Yes, it is.
to hear God talk. And that's to tell you right there that the voice of God, it wasn't no, I am God. That's not how God sounds.
That's right. The last person you will ever meet to hear voice.
Listen, man, that's a beautiful thing, man.
Yes, it is.
To hear the voice of God
Hashem.
come down from his place and speak to you.
Mhm.
You know the position that those three people was at, Moses, Aaron, Miriam. Even the position of what the people, the nation was at,
Right.
where God calls Moses to bring the nation before the entrance.
Mhm.
And all they saw was a cloud,
You saw that.
a thick cloud come down
Everybody saw
and cover the entrance of the tabernacle.
that. Smoke
Right.
And the glory of God is inside the cloud.
That's right.
Can't even see inside the house.
My God is marvelous, man.
Oh yeah.
Hashem.
Wondrous thing.
My God is marvelous. I was reading the Psalms. You're right. That's right. He said the same word for thunder is voice. Which means when you hear thunder, that's God's voice.
Okay.
But I notice when you hear thunder, that means God is angry.
Mhm.
You know why? Samuel, he said, listen, I'm going to show you that the evil that you did in asking for a king.
Yeah.
So he brought the people. Next thing, thunder clapped.
Thunderclap. Yeah.
He said, you see? Huh? Listen, man. Listen, man. Tom Shee.
Verse 5.
Verse 5.
And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth.
Uh-huh.
And he said, hear now my words.
Hear now my words.
If there be a prophet among you,
If there be a prophet among you,
I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him
I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him
in a vision,
in visions,
and will speak unto him.
and will speak unto him in dreams.
My servant Moses is not
He said, I
so.
don't deal with Moses this way. This is not how I move with Moses.
Kind of different with this guy.
He said, I deal with Moses a little different, a lot different than I deal with the normal prophet, with a regular prophet.
Yes, a different.
He said, because this guy is not the same. These guys, God made specifics on. Moses was a specific one. Abraham was a specific one.
Stuck out.
King David was a specific one.
Special guys.
These guys were specific.
Yeah.
Specific dudes, man.
They
You know who else was specific? Job. This man was born in the land of Uz. The land of Uz was in Babylon. He said he eschewed evil. When you look up the definition of eschewed evil, it means to turn away from that which is evil. To turn away from that which is ungodly, which means your actions and your thoughts has to be corrected. Your actions and your thoughts has to be corrected. Your feelings that stirs up in you, that's contrary. You got to correct that.
Okay, correct it.
I've been feeling you did it.
You got to correct it.
That's right.
Job was next level, man.
Oh, yeah.
You ever read the book of Job? They had a debate about Job in the heavens.
Heaven. Woo.
Roll call.
Mm-hmm.
The angels of God appeared before the Most High. Next thing you look around. Hey, man, what you doing here? Satan? Because the word Satan means the adversary. Satan means to be opposite. Satan means to be contrary.
Yeah.
He's opposite to God.
Right.
So when your lifestyle and your ways and the way you think is opposite to God, you're already doing the will of the adversary.
Okay.
Uh-oh. This is why we got to be careful.
Okay.
Very easy we slip into the will of the adversary.
Better be careful.
Very easy.
Right.
We slip into the will
Yeah.
of the adversary
That's
by
right.
being contrary
That's
to
right.
God.
That's right.
Just by being contrary to God, you automatically slip into the will of the adversary.
Right.
So people, we got to change our actions.
Okay.
We got to change our thought pattern, the way we think.
That's right.
We got to change the way we feel
That's right.
concerning certain things
Yeah.
because of your
Yeah. Yeah.
the word I can't even say it. I can't even say it because Shabbat.
Just
Because of your emotions.
Yeah. Yeah. Teach, Shama.
Because when we don't do that,
We better listen.
we slip very easy
Easy.
into
Just like
the
that.
will of the
That's
adversary.
right.
Just like
Just
that.
like that. That's right.
Just like that.
That's right.
Let's read.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
My servant Moses is not so.
I said, my servant Moses is not so, but what?
Who is faithful in all mine house.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's right.
Faithful in all my house?
Mm,
Is that why God turned towards Moses? Because he saw faithfulness in him?
okay.
We all have a certain amount of faithfulness in us.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Hmm.
I said, that's why we here. Us here, people online, we all have a certain level of faithfulness.
Yeah.
Some have more than some, but never at the level of Moses.
That's right.
So faithfulness is ne'eman, right? It means established, steadfast, trusty, true. So now we're going to get into those words. Faithful is what? Allegiance to a duty, or a person. Allegiance to duty or a person. wait now. So you have allegiance to who? God and your parents. I can't continue to complain about what my parents expect me to do.
Okay.
My mother and my father expect me to do this.
Okay.
Who am I to continue to complain about me always? I'm always doing it. I'm always doing it. I'm always doing this. I'm always doing the other. So are you truly doing it because because you want to do it?
Teach.
No, you're just doing it to push yourself out and say, I do, but it ain't accepted.
Or I'm going to do it whether you want me to do it
Or not.
Woo! Teach, Shama, teach.
I said allegiance to a duty. We have a duty to accomplish before God and man.
Yeah.
We have obligations. Huh?
That's right. Whether you want to or not.
Why am I angry at you? Because you can't fulfill my will. You can't fulfill what I want done. Did I come to you to ask you why you can't do it? Did I come to you to ask you to find out what's the problem? I just based off my assumptions and I ran with it. How godly are you?
Okay.
So how godly are you?
Teach us. Teach us.
You want to play around, you want to play games with the book. But it's a whole lot to cover. There's so much to cover that your feet not even wet yet. You haven't even wet your feet yet. Stop playing, man. And stop looking everywhere instead and look at yourself and dig inside and grip all those fecal matter and dig it out because it's stubborn and it's hard. I know I keep using my brother for example. I've been doing it to me. He be backing up like, man, this guy crazy. I'm sorry, man.
We do this all our lives, man. I'm used to it.
Listen, man.
Focus.
We gotta focus. We gotta do heavy focus on self. On self. Belief and trust in loyalty to God. Huh? Firm belief in God with no proof. You hear that? That's called blind allegiance.
Yeah.
I said firm belief in God in which there is no proof.
Okay.
We wasn't at the grounds of Mount Sinai envisioning the mountain on fire and the voice of God coming out of the midst of the fire and the trumpet waxing louder and louder. I wasn't there.
Okay.
You wasn't there. But it's my job. It's our job to train ourselves to believe the things that we read.
Yes,
Right.
There we go.
I said it's my job. It's our job that when we read, you train yourself to believe the things that you read. Don't doubt it. Establish. Abraham had blind allegiance, which means you didn't have to explain everything to Abraham.
No.
So why do I have to always explain things to you? Why do I always have to explain things to people?
Okay.
Why we can't just read the book
And do.
believe it and do?
Yeah.
Because before you do, you have to believe.
Okay.
I said before you put forth the action, you must believe
Okay.
in order to put forth the action.
Okay.
Like Abraham.
Okay.
Establish means what? To receive permanent acceptance. Before God establishes you, before God accepts you 100%, he got to try you. I got to see what I'm accepting.
Right.
I got to put you through the proving grounds. This is why certain people you have to trust. Why? Because they're already put through the ringer.
That's right.
Or your father already wrote it in stone.
That's right.
Either way.
Sometimes
Your father already wrote it in stone.
Okay.
It's engraved in stone.
What's he said?
Okay.
So once he voiced it and said it,
That's it.
it's established.
That's Right.
So even the person can violate. I have to look over that violation because my father inscribed it in stone. So now, what we look at as violation, it has to be a violation that is confirmed by God. Not your violation and what you say is violation.
Right. That's right.
And what you think is violation, because what you think is violation is not a violation. It don't count. It don't count, man. Huh? Was it really a violation? Huh? Was it? Do we ask ourselves that?
No.
And then, if it was a violation, who started it? Why did this violation happen? It started because of you. You the one started it by your actions or your words.
Yeah. Teach.
Yeah. But we can't accept that. Why? Because we have too much pride in us.
Right. Yeah.
I said we got too much pride in us. And because of the amount of pride and vanity that's in us, we can't serve God.
That's right.
I was reading in the Song of Solomon. Solomon said, men by nature is vain. Naturally. I don't know about you. You and you and you, but I'm vain. But guess what? I can pick away at that vanity by fulfilling the commandments and the laws of God. God gave us a way and showed us a way how to get rid of that thing called pride and vanity. By adhering and taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. By me taking heed to his ways. When we gonna learn, man? When we gonna learn? This is why it's very important to read. You gotta read. I have gotten to the point, and we have to get to the point that when we miss a day of not reading, it bugs you. I said it bugs your spirit. I am not complete if I don't get a chance to sit down and read. I gotta be able to put time in and read. Okay, you can't read, but my father always listened. He said, oh, he played the news, ain't nothing on the news. He went on Discovery Channel, Science Channel, nothing on there. Oh, he'll call one of us. Hey, come on here, give me one of those tapes, pop it in. And all you do is see him sitting down there in that chair, looking down. Looking down. Meditating on those godly words. Changing his ways according to those godly and righteous men. That's what this thing is about, man. Changing yourself.
That's right.
He said, man, you could change your DNA. Yeah, you could change your DNA. You don't have to remain the way you is now. That's why God gave us the law. That's why God preserved this book. The oldest book preserved by God is the Old Testament. There's no other book older than this. No other book older than this. Let's read. Where we at, brother? Hold on. To establish means to receive permanent acceptance. Recognition from God. Huh? You know what recognition is? able to be recognized. Oh my God.
She gonna leave you out.
You know what it is to be recognized by God? You done excelled. You done excelled in righteousness. How can you get recognition from God? By the things you do. You do things that people don't do. I said you do things that the normal Israelite don't do. But pride, because you have muffled your pride, you don't mention it. Yeah, I ain't got to come to you and say that I do this and I do this and I do that. That's not for me to mention. That's not for me to talk about. You know who's going to talk about it? Not you. The other person going to talk. He said, nah, that brother in a different bracket. He do this, he do this, he do the other, he do that. People going to talk about your righteousness. Not you talking about your righteousness. People talk about your righteousness. All I do, or all you do, is stand stern and be quiet. Because God has allowed people to glorify you. Why? Because you have been exalted in the heavens. Wow, according to what you did in your life concerning God. Yeah. So God pick you up. To be trusty means what? Having served for a long time. Having served for a long time. Now, because you have time in grade in serving God, what that mean? Now you are regarded as reliable. Because you got time in. You had time in without backing up. See, some of us don't have the timing because we was in and out with God. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't. What's that merry-go-round song? Put your hand around the toe and turn around and tell me what it's all about. Hokey pokey. We play the hokey pokey with God. I forgot the nursery rhyme, but it's called the hokey pokey. Now you see me, now you don't. Today I don't see the brother because he got an attitude. He mad. You know what's my job? To take my emotions and muffle it and still step up. Shabbat shalom. I'm here. Bam! Break that spirit. But we in and out with God when we only affecting ourselves. I said we only affect ourselves. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Having served for a long time, regarded as reliable. You will not be You will not be reliable in the eyes of God if you don't put time in. You got to put that time in. You just got here 6 months, a year, 2 years. You ain't got nothing in. Let me see if you're going to continue steady on that path. Continue steady putting in that work. That's what it's all about, man. Let's read. What verse we at?
Verse 8. With him will I speak mouth to mouth.
Uh-oh. He said, with this guy, he said, I speak mouth to mouth. I speak face to face.
Even apparently and not in dark speeches.
Even apparently and not in dark speeches.
And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Wherefore then were you not afraid to speak against my servant?
Why wasn't you afraid to speak against my servant? Why? It's not for you to say. It's not for you to say. It's not for you to speak on. Certain things ought to be left alone. Go ahead.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against him.
The anger of God was kindled. Go ahead.
And he departed.
And he departed.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle.
The cloud left. Read.
And behold, Miriam became leprous. White as snow.
Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. Verse
Aaron
11.
looked on her, he's leprous. Go ahead, read. Turn up for that verse. I need that.
Verse 11.
Numbers 12, verse 11.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord.
Alas, my Lord.
I beseech thee.
I beseech thee.
Lay not the sin upon us.
Lay not the sin upon us.
Wherein we have done foolishly.
Wherein we have done foolishly.
And wherein we have sinned.
Acknowledgement. We have a hard time acknowledging our faults with God. We have a hard time acknowledging our faults with each other. And this is why we can't do better. This is why we can't take tea. Because when God told Cain, he said, hey, listen, Cain. God did not regard or consider Cain. Neither did he regard or consider his offering. And Cain got angry. His countenance fell. He was sad. He was distraught. He was sad. He was hurting. So now we got to check ourselves. When we are able to go on in life with God against you and with our parents against us, then we need work. Immediately. My job is to fix that problem that I have with God and your parents. That's all that matters.
Fix that.
I got to fix that.
You can fix everything else.
I'm not going to linger with fixing that. Huh? I'm not going to linger when it's time to fix those things. And that's how you know when you're elevating and getting better. That's how there are certain things that we do in our lives when we can pinpoint and to know when we are getting better with ourselves. Go ahead, read.
Let her not be as one day, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb. Verse 13. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee.
Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Heal her now, O God. Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses.
Look what God told Moses.
If her father had but spit in her face.
If her father had but spit in her face.
Should she not be ashamed 7 days?
Should she not be ashamed 7 days? You know what that is when your father or your mother spit in your face? He said, these are things that we got to be ashamed of. These are things that we have to feel guilt about. We have to be sorrowful for certain things and certain actions. Right? Should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days. And after that, let her be received in again. Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not until Miriam was brought in again. And afterward, the people removed from Hazerot and pitched in the wilderness of Padar. Let's go to Proverbs 15.
Proverbs chapter 15.
Proverbs chapter 15, people.
A soft answer turneth away wrath.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A soft what?
A soft answer turneth away wrath.
You know what's the word for answer? Ma'aneh. Ma'aneh means a soft response.
Yeah.
I said a soft response. This is why you look at it, man, you have to respond that way.
Yeah.
You have to say it that way.
That's right.
And these are words from a man that God gave wisdom to. A lot of the ways of God is in Proverbs.
Oh, yeah.
You will learn the ways of God when you read Job. You will learn the ways of God when you read Psalms. Because a lot of God's ways is emphasized and spoken about by those men. He said a soft answer, a soft response turns away wrath. But guess what I noticed? This only have an effect with the godly. I said this only had that effect with the godly. Because when I give you a soft response or a soft answer, it ignites.
I get more wrath.
The fire in that person ignites, and then he think I'm soft.
Then I get disrespectful.
Yeah.
He thinks I'm soft because I answered him softly, a soft response. But I don't have a soft bone in my body. I don't have a soft bone in my body.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be peaceful and godly and righteous according to the ways and the ways of my forefathers.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read that.
But grievous words stir up anger.
You know what's the word for grievous? Etzeb. Etzeb means painful words. Etzeb means hurtful words. So why do I say things to hurt you?
Okay.
Why do you say things to hurt me? Painful words is irksome, means to irritate or annoy. Why do we say things to irritate and annoy each other? Why? That's being godly too. Those are the ways of godliness.
Right.
I didn't read that in the first 5.
Okay.
I said, you don't read that in the first 5. I said, you learn godliness in all those books about the ways and the ways of these men that we read about. Read.
The tongue of the wise useth knowledge aright.
The tongue of the wise use it. Knowledge aright. KT means good. The tongue of the wise is good. It's good knowledge. You understand what this is? Oh my gosh. Okay, if you're wise, the things that come out of your mouth will be good. I said, if you are a wise man, and this is how you can detect a wise man, by the things that he says out of his mouth. Oh my gosh. By the things that you say out of your mouth, now I can determine whether you're a wise man or not.
That's right.
You know how many people I gotta go to them and tell them, don't say that? No, you shouldn't say that.
That's right.
No, you shouldn't voice it.
That's right.
I see changes, man. I see changes. Yeah, I see changes. I see changes. I see changes in my brother, Chief Malak. I never talk about it. Yeah, I see changes in him.
Yeah, you don't use
because he's a raunchy man too. He's a man out this short fuse.
He don't use that much curse words.
My brother changed it.
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
He did something last night that I didn't think he was going to do. I ain't going to speak on it, but he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I said, uh-oh. I said, let me find out.
You don't use that many curse words.
I said, let me find out. I said, let me find out. I seen something last night. I said, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't hear it. No.
Huh? Let's read.
But the mouth of fools poureth out foolishness.
But the mouth of fools poureth out foolishness. The The mouth of fools, Yabia. Yabia means to speak. Yabia means to reflect. He said the mouth of fools reflects on foolishness. Wait a minute. Now we got to read what reflect means. You know what reflect means, brother? Let's look up the word reflect. How do you reflect on foolishness? Because when you reflect on foolishness, that's what tells you that you're a fool. The book gives you the definitions of fools and wise men. What do wise men do? How do wise men think? How do fools move? How do fools think? It gives you a description of their character. Now, if you don't fit that character, you could be either wise or you could be either a fool. It's either or. But guess what? I said, but guess what? You got to be truthful with yourself when you're reading a book. I said, when we are reading a book, we must be truthful with ourselves, being able to see yourself, being able to see your fault and put yourself in that position and say, I have done that.
Yeah.
I moved that way.
That's right.
And I need to stop.
Yeah.
I cannot continue moving that way because God don't like it.
Okay.
What does reflect means? So now we're going to look at and see what reflect. To reflect means turning into or away from a course. To deflect, right? The mouth of fools reflects or speaks out foolishness. Let's go to the next verse now. Keep moving around, man. Damn. Come, Chief.
Verse 3. The eyes of the Lord are in every place.
The eyes of God is everywhere.
Right.
Beholding the evil.
I said the eyes of God is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he sees everything.
Nothing is hidden.
Nothing is hid from him. He knows what you mean when you said it.
What you thought.
He knows what you mean when you did it. He knew what was your intentions or why you did it or said it.
Mm-hmm.
You could lie to me about it, or I didn't mean it that way, but God knew you meant it that way.
Yeah.
But guess what? The best way of getting better with God is downing yourself and speaking on your negative side, shooting it down and not covering it. See, when you're able to say, nah, you're right, brother, I meant it.
Yeah.
That helps you.
Yeah.
It helps you to be better with God.
Mm-hmm.
But when I hide it and say, no, I didn't mean it that way, but you truly meant it that way, but I continue to conceal and hide it, you get worse. This is how we get worse with God, because we continue to conceal and hide our faults.
Okay.
We continue to conceal and hide our true intentions of what you said or did, instead of acknowledging it between man and man and say, you know what, Chief? When I said that, I meant that.
Right.
And I apologize and I acknowledge that I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. You know what, Chief? When I did that, I meant what I did. And I shouldn't have did that.
That's right.
And I'm wrong. That's how you get better with God. That's how you get better with God first and foremost.
That's right.
You can't continue to conceal. You can't continue to hide your true intentions.
Yeah.
You can't continue to hide it because we're not going to be better. You know why we hide it? When we hide our true intentions, It's called lies. It's called being deceitful. When we lie and when we are deceitful with ourselves, we weaken ourselves. Psalms 101 states, a liar would not tarry in my sight. In the Hebrew, it says a liar will not be firm in God. So when we deal with deceit and lies, we weaken ourselves instead of strengthening ourselves.
Okay.
What verse we at? 4?
Verse 4.
Time sheet.
A wholesome tongue is a tree of life.
A wholesome tongue. You know what a wholesome tongue is? A wholesome tongue, the word for wholesome is marpeh. Mem, resh, peh, aleph. It means a soothing tongue.
Okay.
It means a healing tongue.
Okay.
It means the soothing in that healing tongue is what caused the calming effects. You see the power of the tongue? It pacifies. You see the power of your words? That's the power of words. Huh? A soothing tongue reduces pain.
I'm in pain, bro.
The man is in pain, and he already going through it. So now it's your job to choose your words wisely. I can't say anything to him because I got to realize his situation and what he's going through. So I can't call on the phone and yell at him, man, what's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you, man? I don't care if you are right, but you have to recognize his situation.
Right.
And get him to bend it by the words, by choice words. By choice words that you use to get him to budge or her to budge.
Choice words.
That's godliness too. I said that's righteousness too.
Yeah.
But our righteousness is limited. We only look at certain things that's righteousness. Everything else out the window. Everything else out the window. And I say and do what I want to say and do to you.
Yeah.
And think God don't look at it.
Right.
And you think God don't look at that.
Okay.
And you think God don't look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. I said a soothing tongue reduces pain and discomfort and brings relief to make you feel better. Just by your words, pacifies your anger and makes you feel better. Words can discourage or encourage. I said your words that you use can encourage and it can discourage you as well as strengthen. Okay? As well as strengthen you. That's what a wholesome tongue is. Read that verse over.
A wholesome tongue is a tree of life.
A wholesome tongue is a tree of life. You know what that? Wait a minute. God compared a wholesome tongue to the tree of life. You hear that, man? Which means your words has an effect on lives. Your words also has an effect on death. Your words can cause strife. Your words can make people angry. Your words can make you smile. Your words can make you laugh.
Yeah.
All by the words that you choose out of your mouth.
Words can bring sorrow.
Words can bring sorrow and pain.
Boy.
All by the words that you choose out of your mouth. And God compared those words, those soothing words, to the tree of life.
Okay.
The commandment the great sin. I said, that was the great sin. When God gave Adam the command and told him of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, he said, but that tree that's in the midst of the garden, don't eat from it. In the day that you eat from it, he said, you're going to die, man. It's going to bring death to you. Notice that the serpent, you don't think the serpent knew that he wasn't going to be able to trick and beguile Adam? So he went to his wife. He went to his woman and tricked her and beguiled her into eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil. After she ate it, she turned to Adam, gave it to Adam. But Adam never blamed his wife. Stop blaming people. I said, stop blaming people.
Right.
You did it.
Yeah.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
I said, you did it.
Right.
It's your fault.
Right.
Let's read.
But perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Perverseness is a breach in the spirit. What is perverseness? The word perverseness is selef. Samek, lamet, pesophi. Perverse means what? Perverse is deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unacceptable.
Okay.
Often in spite of consequences. Basically disregarding the penalty. Wait a minute, man. You know how many of us is perverse today? Because when we hear the word perverse, we think it's dealing with perverts and people that deal with kids. But there's other ways to be perverse by God. So again, I'm going to read the definition again so that we can see ourselves and change. This is how we teach the people. We show the people their faults with God.
Right.
Explaining these laws, commandments, and statutes so each and every one of us can see ourselves and know what to make the corrections. Perverse is deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unacceptable. Who would ever know that your behavior is the perverseness that is in you? So now we behave in an unacceptable way, often in spite of consequences. You know what? In spite of consequences, I don't care about the consequences.
Yeah.
I don't care about the penalties.
Oh my goodness.
I don't care if Mikhail ain't talking to me, but just stay not talking to me. And I'm not going to do nothing to repair that. Oh my goodness. So you got perverseness in you.
Right.
But we think righteousness is just here. But you don't read the book. And then when you read the book, you don't ask God to open your eyes. I said you don't ask God to open your eyes to his laws, commandments, and statutes so that when I read, I will see it.
Not everybody get that.
Not everybody see that.
No.
I said not everybody see that.
No. Oh my goodness.
God open your eyes according to the person.
Mm-hmm.
Depending if you're more valid,
Wow.
the validity, the establishment. Some of us is more established than some. Some of us got more validation than some. And God deal with you according to that. He's a just God. Let's read.
Verse 5. A fool despiseth his father's instruction.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. See that?
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Your father instructions stands. Your father instructions stands.
That's right.
Even when he's in the grave,
His
instruction stands.
That's right.
The word is said, a fool's what?
A fool
despiseth
his father's instruction.
his father's instructions.
That's right.
And we lead and will. Aleph, Wav, Yod, Lamed. It means imprudently. Imprudently means lacking discretion. Imprudently means lacking wisdom or good judgment, not cautious. This is sad, man. Like, I don't know why we don't feel this, man. Why? Why isn't these words moving you?
Right.
Why?
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
You know what discretion is? When you lack discretion, a person with discretion is aware of what is appropriate or not appropriate. Wait a minute. Now I'm going to show you what a person that has discretion is. A person with discretion is aware of what is appropriate or not appropriate to say or do to avoid causing offense. God, man, most of us don't have discretion. You know why? Because we say things to offend you. We do things to offend you. This is why, if me and you got an argument, why I gotta talk about your wife? Why I gotta talk about your kids? Leave the man wife and leave the man kids out of it. You have no discretion. You ain't got no discretion, man. Because those words that you said is what's causing an offense. But that's not law.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it ain't law. I can say what I want to say, okay. And that's why God pushes you away. You think God ain't pushing you away. Your righteousness has been limited. You can't go no further. What? You block too. You think only blood and fat and bald heads block you? I say you think blood and fat and bald head block you?
Talk about it, Trauma.
It's not the only thing that block you. It's God.
Presumptuous. Talk about it, brother.
Read that verse over, man. Verse 5.
A fool despises his father's instruction.
A fool despises his father's instructions. The word for instructions is musad. Musad means instructions. Musad means a father's discipline, his correction. So now, guess what? It's my job to reflect, to go back. When my mother and my father correct me with certain things, and all those things that I ain't like and I got angry, start implementing those things back into your life. Listen, I ain't the one saying it. That's what I read here. It's right there.
Yeah.
My father's discipline and correction and instructions. Start implementing, start adding those into your life.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Discipline is the practice of training people to obey rules,
Yeah.
a code of behavior. A code of behavior using punishments to correct disobedience. A disciplined person has self-control.
Okay.
I said a person that's disciplined has self-control. And when you have self-control, you don't allow your emotions to get you all bent out of shape. You got to control that. Let's read.
But he that regardeth reproof is prudent.
Oh, it said, but he that regarded reproof. The word for regarded is shomer. It means regarded. It means to observe. He that observed reproof is what? Is prudence. Now, when you observe reproof, it means you're able to recognize or detect when you are being corrected, rebuked, and chastised. To do that, you have to be humble.
Yeah.
Because when you're being corrected, I have to have humility so I can see my wrong, so that I can accept my wrong and do better before God.
Yeah. That's right.
And do better before God.
Right. There you go.
Okay? What verse was that, brother?
That was what I just read.
Yes.
5.
Read that verse over.
A fool despiseth his father's instruction, but he that regardeth reproof is prudent.
He that regarded reproof is prudent. He that regarded reproof, rebuke, chastisement, he is prudent.
That's right.
What is prudent? What does it mean to be prudent? Huh? The word in the Hebrew is arama. Ayin, resh, mem sofi. To act discreetly. Huh? To act discreetly. To act in a way that is careful. Not to cause embarrassment or attract too much cotton picking attention.
Oh, man.
Making a show.
I ain't trying to make a show.
Making a movie.
I ain't trying to take over the show.
Right.
I ain't trying to take over the stage.
Yeah.
I don't need everybody's eyes fixated and pointed at me. I don't need the spotlight because my level of pride is very minute.
All right.
Okay? To act prudently basically means if it's the wise thing to do or say under the existing circumstances,
Depending on what's going on.
depending on what's going on, your actions and the things that you say have to match that.
Yeah.
Sometimes we go overboard.
Yeah.
Most of the time, all the time, we go overboard concerning the situation. You're not acting prudently. Okay? Tom She.
Verse 6. In the house of the righteous is much treasure.
The house of the righteous is much treasure.
But in the revenue.
Hold up. The word for treasure is conseil. Right? When it speaks about treasure, it's talking about provision. Okay? Provision is the action of providing or supplying for use. Huh? Go ahead.
But in the revenues of the wicked is trouble.
Okay. But in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. Go ahead.
The lips of the wise disperse knowledge, but the heart of the foolish do it not so.
Mm-hmm.
Read
that over.
The lips of the wise disperse knowledge.
The lips of the wise disperse knowledge. How do you know if a man is wise? Wisdom comes through the performance of the laws of God. So the ones that performs the laws of God are the ones that are wise. If you are not performing the laws of God,
No way.
then you are not wise.
Right.
There's no wisdom in that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But the heart of the foolish do it not so.
But the heart of the foolish do it not so. Notice the Hebrew word for that? Led, locain. But the heart of the foolish, the heart, which is the heart, the mind, the understanding, or the inner man, is not so. Locain is not honest.
Okay.
Is not gracious. But the heart of the who? Of the foolish is not honest. The heart of the foolish is not gracious. That's why it's very important to go into the Hebrew to get the meaning of these words.
Right.
Oh, get the full meaning. Go ahead.
The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination
The
to the Lord.
sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to God. The prayers of the wicked is an abomination to God. So the key is get yourself out of that wicked slide. Get yourself out of that wicked slide and stop sinning presumptuously. So God don't have to look at me as wicked. So God don't have to look at me as being evil and wicked.
Right.
He put you on a different bracket.
That's right.
Let's read.
Proverbs 15,
Verse 8.
verse 8. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to
The
the
sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to God, detestable to God, hateful to God. Go ahead.
But the prayer of the upright is his delight.
The prayer of the upright. I said the prayer of the upright is his delight. You know what's the word for his delight? Razon.
Okay.
Razon means the prayer of the upright is his will. Is the will of God. The prayer of the upright is God's will. The prayer of the upright is his desire. The prayer of the upright is what God accepts. So in order for God to accept my prayer or to accept me, we got to be upright. And it also means to have an upright heart. We got to have an upright heart. Razon means his will. When we read in Leviticus 19, he said, when you send up that offering, he said you shall offer it so that it can be favorably accepted by God. When it says, look it up in Hebrew, it says Razon, according to the will of God. Right? So when we do these laws of our own will, our own way, and not according to the will of God, it's not accepted. We have to follow these laws according to the way we read it, so that it can be accepted by God. When we do these things of our own will, the way we want to do it, then it's not accepted. Nothing we do will be accepted.
Okay.
Where we at, brother? Verse 9?
Verse 9.
Time
The
sheet.
way of the wicked is an abomination unto the Lord. But he
The
loveth,
way of the wicked is an abomination unto God.
but he loveth him that followeth after
That
righteousness.
follow it after righteousness, that pursues after righteousness. Go ahead.
Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way.
Correction is grievous. The word for grievous, it says resh ayin, ra. It's evil. Correction is evil unto him that forsaketh the way, that abandon God's way.
Yeah.
So when you get, now you will know, if I'm in that category of abandoning and forsaking the way of God. Am I able to accept correction?
Okay.
First thing.
That's deep, man.
Yes, it is.
We sit down in teachings, and most of us can't accept correction.
Correction.
And guess what? And because of that, you are in that path of forsaking the ways of God. That's not, listen, God said amend your ways. One of the ways of God is being able to accept correction. Okay, learn. I said learn. One of the ways of God is being able to accept correction. So when you can't accept correction, you forsake the way. You abandon the ways of God. Tom sheet. And he that hated reproof
shall die.
Shall die. Rock on.
Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more?
Hell and destruction is before God? Wait a minute. Let's see what it says in the Hebrew. Sheol. What does Sheol means? The pit.
The pit.
Huh? I said, what does Sheol means? Huh?
It's a pit.
But we say it ain't no pit. It ain't no Sheol.
It's in the pit be dug for the wicked.
So there is a thing called Sheol. There is a thing that's called the pit. That Israelites continue to say that that's a metaphor. It doesn't exist. Yes, it do exist. There is a thing called the pit. What's wrong with us, man? What is wrong with us? Let's look up the root. What is the root word for Sheol? Because I want to find that inside the dictionary. Sometimes you have to find the word, the root word for the word. Right? And what verse is that, Chief Mick? 11. Okay, I got it. Oh, it's the same word. Sheol. Yeah. It says hell. Hell. The underworld. The pit. Hell. The underworld. The pit. So keep sitting there thinking that everything is just peachy.
Okay.
There is a thing called the underworld. I don't want to go there.
There is a place for the wicked.
I don't want to go there. I said, I don't want to go there, man. Let's read. And the reason why, see, there is a place for the wicked, the brother said. There is a place for people that go against God. There is a place for people that challenge God. There is a place for people that is opposite and contrary to what God says. I don't want to go when you go. Let's read.
Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more than the hearts of the children of men? Verse 12.
Verse 12.
The scorner loveth not one that reproveth him.
The scorner what?
Loveth not one that reproveth him.
So now we know who are the scorners.
I want to hear nothing.
When you can't be corrected, you're the scorner. When you can't be told that you was wrong, you're the scorner.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Neither will he go unto the wise. A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance.
A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance.
That's right.
You're going to see it in the person's face.
Yeah.
You see it. You see
Huh?
Yeah. That's right.
You're going to see it in the person's face. So, I got to repeat something, and what he said was correct. All souls go
the realm of the dead.
to the realm of the dead. But there's a lot. Yes, there is a lot. There's a separation
that goes down.
There's a split.
There's a split. There's a portion, there's a lot where the wicked go, and there's a portion, there's a lot where the righteous go. Like the brother always say, Samuel is not resting in the same lot where Biggie Smalls is at. Samuel is not resting in the same lot where Tupac is at.
He's in a lot with his fathers.
Yeah.
Abraham ain't near that lot neither.
That's where he at.
I don't want to go in the lot where Biggie Smalls and Tupac is at. Because those type of people didn't serve God. And they didn't acknowledge God. And I don't want their portion.
I see you when I get there.
You ain't gonna see me. See you when I get there. You ain't gonna see me.
I'm not going there.
Because I'm not going where you go.
You're going. You know you're going. Everybody says that. See you in hell.
Don't save me with a slot, please.
Where we at?
Middle of 13.
Go ahead. A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance.
But by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken. What does it say in the Hebrew? The spirit is broken. Ruach nekea. The word nekea, it means contrite or broken. Okay? So what is a contrite heart? A contrite heart is completely penitent. Always penitent. That's the heart that my father had. My father had a contrite heart. You know why? Because he said, I remained and I kept that guilty conscience as at a point in time in my life.
Yeah.
I wasn't always like that.
Yeah.
He said, but at a point in time in life, when I have decided to push up in righteousness and godliness, I remained guilty and I kept that guilty conscience before God. A contrite heart is completely penitent, which means you are always making corrections. I'm always sorry. You don't never stop being sorry for the things that you did. But most of us don't remain sorrowful for the things that we did. Listen, our job in life is always to remind yourself about the things that we did that is against God so that we can continue making corrections. That's what King David did. King David kept a penitent spirit. And it bothered his spirit till he died. What he did. It bothered him. That's guilt. That's guilt. Feeling remorseful and affected by guilt. Deeply regretful, which causes a person to atone for their sins. This is why the man wore sackcloth for the rest of his days. For the rest of King David's days, it said in one of his psalms that I have enrolled myself in sackcloth. So now, when I'm not working, I wrap my loins in sackcloth. Because I got to keep that penitent spirit. And I have to corral that evil spirit. Father left strips and strips of sackcloth. The man wore sackcloth to the day that he died. So it's godly for you and I to follow after the footsteps of your father. So that we can gain the attention of God. The Rechabites has gained the attention of God by following after their father. Just by following after the footsteps of their father, they gained the attention of God. So the same God then is the same God now.
Bring them out. Bring them out.
And it will have an effect on you. Let's read.
But by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken.
But by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken. Where we at?
Verse 14.
Tom sheet.
The heart of him that hath understanding seeketh knowledge.
The heart of him that had understanding, right? You're going to seek knowledge. I said you're going to seek knowledge. The heart that departs from evil will seek knowledge. You're going to be in this book and you're going to be reading. You're going to be hungry for knowledge. Go ahead.
But the mouth of fools feedeth on foolishness.
That's what rocks your boat. I said that's what rocks your boat. Foolishness. Sitting down, listen to a conversation of foolishness. Come in, you hear what they're talking about, and I make myself scarce. I don't want to hear that type of conversation because it's foolishness. Go ahead.
All the days of the afflicted are evil.
All the days of the afflicted, is evil.
But he that is of a merry heart hath a continual peace.
But he that is of a merry heart, in the Hebrew, for merry is tov. But he that is that has a good heart has a continual feast. Which means, you know what a good heart is? A person with a good heart don't hold grudges. A person with a good heart don't assume. A person with a good heart follows God. A person with a good heart gonna find out the truth and not base things off of how you feel. A person with a good heart orders and trains his heart to go after and agree with what God agrees with. Tom, see?
Better is a little with the fear of the Lord.
Better is a little, but you got fear.
That's right. Than great treasure and trouble therewith.
Read.
Better is a dinner of herbs.
Better is a dinner of herbs.
Where love
Yarak,
is.
meaning vegetables.
Where love is.
Where love is.
Than a stalled ox and hatred therewith.
A stalled ox and hatred. Yeah, Tom sheet.
Verse 18.
Tom sheet.
A wrathful man stirreth up strife.
A wrathful man stirs up trouble, stirs up strife.
But he that is slow to anger,
appease the strife. The person that is slow to anger always look to appease and calm things down.
Peace.
Always look to pacify things.
Yeah.
Appease it. To appease means to pacify. Or to placate someone by acceding to their demands. Just to pacify it. Just give him what he wants. Oh, he wants this, and by me giving you this, it's going to calm you down. Give it to him. Give it to him. Sometimes you got to do that. That's what Solomon said. Sometimes you got to do it just to keep things calm. Don't worry about what he said. Just give it to him. Just to keep the strife down.
But he that is slow to anger appeases strife.
But he that is slow to anger, he will appease the strife. Tom, see?
The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns.
The way of the slothful is as a hedge of thorns. Who is the slothful? The slothful is the lazy man. What verse we at?
Verse
I
19.
see it. Go ahead.
But the way of the righteous is made plain. A wise son maketh a glad
The way
father.
of the righteous is plain. When a righteous man, you ain't got to do too much to please him. You ain't got to do too much to please him. Because his ways is plain. It's simple. Easy to manage. Tom, see?
A wise son maketh a glad father.
You're right about that.
But
A wise son makes a wise son make it a glad father. Oh yeah.
Right.
The parent is always going to be at peace with that specific son. Go ahead, read.
But a foolish man despises his mother.
A foolish man despises his mother. How do you despise your mother? By your actions. You ain't got to voice it and say, I hate my mother. All you got to do is go against.
That's right.
You despise me. Uh-huh.
But a man of understanding walketh uprightly.
Uh-huh.
Without counsel, purposes are disappointed.
Where we at?
22.
Okay, let's back up to 21.
21. Folly is joy to him.
Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. Wait a minute. What does that mean? Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. You know what's the word for destitute of wisdom? Kasar lev. Kasar lev means you lack a heart. You don't have a heart. See, the book teaches us and shows us the actions of a person that don't have a heart. So when folly and foolishness is joy to you, you lack a heart. You lack a heart, man. We're going to cut that, and we're going to go into a few words. You ain't got to go there. I'm going to read it. I'm going to go into Ecclesiasticus chapter 22, chapter 23. It says, O Lord God and governor of all my whole life, lead me not to their counsels.
I don't want their counsel.
I don't want their counsels. I don't want to be like
Tell
that.
me the truth.
Lead me not according to what they say. And let me not fall by them. Who will set scourges over my thoughts and the discipline of wisdom over mine heart, that they spare me not for mine ignorances, and it pass not by my sin, lest my ignorances increase. And my sins abound to my destruction. And I fall before mine adversaries, and my enemies rejoice over me, whose hope is far from thy mercy. You heard what he's asking God. These are things that we need to ask God for, man. This is what you pray for.
Yeah.
He said, oh Lord. You got it? You ain't got it. What doing about it? He said, oh Lord, Father and God of my life, give me not a proud look. These are things that we got to ask for and ask God not to give that to us, because when you have pride, you can't serve God with pride.
No.
So he said, but turn away from me, from thy servant, always a haughty mind.
I don't want that.
A haughty mind. What is a haughty mind? A haughty mind is pride. A haughty mind is excessive self-esteem. A haughty mind is overinflated ego, which is pride. And that's what makes you think or feel you're better than this person. Okay? For as a servant that is continually beaten shall not be without a blue mark. You're going to have bruises. So he that sweareth and nameth God continually shall not be faultless.
Okay.
So this is why I'm really not into mentioning the name of God. God have different attributes. The Most High, the jealous one, the eternal one, the God of Abraham. A man that trusted, a man that useth much swearing, shall be filled with iniquity. Those are the people that like to swear for everything. And the book tells you the description of a person that is full of iniquity.
Yeah.
You may think you ain't full of iniquity, but the book just described you. You always swearing. Swear. He said those type of people is full of iniquity. Those type of people is full of sin. And the plague shall never depart from his house.
Right.
Those type of people that's always swearing, God has sent the plague in that person's house to never depart. If he shall offend, his sin shall be upon him. And if he acknowledge not his sin, he make it a double offense. We have a hard time acknowledging our offense with God. We have a hard time acknowledging our offense concerning each other. So we can't take tea, we can't do better.
Okay.
And if he swear in vain, he shall not be innocent, but his house shall be full of calamities. You see what you bring upon your own house according to your actions? Because of what I'm doing, I am bringing calamities and trouble upon my whole house. Just by what I do. There is a word that is clothed about with death. Ecclesiastes chapter 23, verse 12. I said there's a word that is clothed about with death. There is a certain word that brings death.
Okay.
There is a certain word that brings life. Right? He said, God grant that it be not found in the heritage of Jacob.
Oh, wow.
God had granted it that specific word, the heritage of Jacob, gonna be afraid to mention that word. They're not gonna mention it. Out of every word, you frown at saying this word here.
Right.
And you don't even know why you're not saying it, but it
sit right with you.
It just don't sit right with you. For all such things shall be far from the godly. Huh? Wait a minute. He said, for all such things shall be far from the godly. You know how deep this is, man? There is certain things that godly men don't do. There is certain things that godly men will pull away from just naturally. It just don't sit right with them. Huh? And they shall not wallow in their iniquity. Huh? Godly men don't wallow in their sin. I said godly men don't wallow in their iniquity. They don't stay in that position. They don't stay stagnated. He said, use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing,
Okay.
for therein is the word of sin. Remember thy father and thy mother. Don't forget them. Don't abandon them. He said, remember your father and your mother. When thou sittest among great men, be not forgetful before them. And so thou by thy custom become a fool, and wish that thou hast not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity. And this is what I want to get to. The man that is accustomed to opprobrious words will never be reformed. Close the book. What does opprobrious word mean? Opprobrious words is scurrilous words. Opprobrious words is vulgar language.
Oh, wow.
Opprobrious words is evil language. Okay. I ain't said it. That's what I read in the book. I said opprobrious words is vulgar and evil language.
Talk about it, brother.
Okay.
So we need to watch our mouth,
Okay.
watch our words,
Okay.
and the things that we say
Okay.
that is vulgar
Okay.
and evil.
Okay.
And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought.
Definitely.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
On to the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Lewy.
Want me up here?
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi.
Oh.
Giving all due respect to chiefmen, princemen, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Please rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7 days is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may belong upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shabu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Stay in Exodus 20. We're going to back up. Back up. There we go. Verse 10.
Exodus 20, verse 10.
Yeah. You want everybody time to get it. I want everybody to be, we all have to be on the same page. Okay? God's page. So sometimes you can't move too fast for the people, you can't move too slow. Give everybody time to get the page. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Exodus 20.
Mm-hmm.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 10. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
Okay, hold on. Remember your book.
Right. But the seventh day?
But the seventh.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it. Now, within, during the Shabbat, during the day of the Shabbat,
right,
which is from Friday evening, right, until tonight,
right,
this evening. That whole duration of time, it says what? In it,
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work. Work consists of, Shama just told you about serving. He just showed you about gathering. Okay? That's why it happens. You will get your clothes out, but we prepare our stuff the day before. So I have to iron my clothes. If my clothes need ironing, I'm going to iron them during the week before the Shabbat. That's work.
Mm-hmm.
Ironing, cleaning, getting stuff ready for the Shabbat. You can't get stuff ready on Shabbat. You get stuff ready for the Shabbat, right? But now I can't find my clean socks. I'm being, this is real life now. If you're really living these commandments, things are going to happen. Unusual things that you are not going to be able to pinpoint or explain. All of a sudden, it was here. Everybody see my socks? I can't go looking for a new pair. Y'all understand that?
Yeah. Right.
Because to gather is to search. Yeah. Hey man, I want you to go in there and get all of the blue tapes that's in there. I'm searching now. I'm only looking for twigs, like the man. I'm only looking for sticks. It's leaves, there's other stuff out there. I'm pinpointing things. And what I do, I gather it. This is field work, y'all. This is farm work. This is agricultural work. Gathering and collecting is work because this is what they did as a job, as a life. I would hire myself to work on your farm. It's your farm, okay? If I'm not there to do it, your son's not there to do it, you're going to hire somebody or you're going to do it. But the work has to be done. I got to go and gather sheaves. Y'all understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like a bunch of wheat. 10 stalks make a sheaf. You bind it. See all of this stuff I'm doing? It's work. Go look for something and can't find it. What happens? You get frustrated. You be sweating. We have to stop miseducating ourselves by not believing what we read. When you believe what you read, you will see that the explanation is in what you believe. You will say, oh, you know what? Wow, this guy did this, but then over here, this guy did this. Then we check in the Hebrew to check the word. A lot of times, this word is used later on in the prophecy with this situation, and it means the same thing. So, in it, thou shalt not do any work.
Thou.
Now, it's going to point out people. Individuals. Mind you, somebody is left out of this household.
Right.
Okay? Time sheet.
Thou.
Thou is who? The man of the house. He said, I know Abraham will command his household after him. We all know it. The man is supposed to run the house. That's it. Right. The man is supposed to come. Even heathens that don't serve God, the man is supposed to run the house.
Right.
This is a common thing all over the world. All right? The man is supposed to run it. Some men are too weak. Some men are not able. Some men don't have the money. Some men ain't got a house. It's just them. Some don't want it. Varies. But you have to control your house. God is looking at you, the man. Okay? you're responsible for everybody under that threshold, under that roof. So now the first person he's speaking to when he says thou is the man, okay? There weren't houses that didn't have a father unless he died. Men didn't run off and leave the children.
Right.
There were no baby daddies and baby mamas in Israel.
That's right.
Okay? The only time this woman, she had children, but she ain't with nobody, is because her man died.
That's right.
Her husband died. That's why he said, the latter husband died, you still can't go and take her back.
That's right.
Because it happens. Most men die before their woman. That's why we leave wills. We leave what you call it? Insurance. We leave most, and this been from back then. Okay?
That's right.
So now he's speaking to the man. After that, he says, who? Know that who?
Thou, know thy son.
Your son. He went straight to the children. He went from the man to the son.
Know thy daughter.
To the daughter, the girls.
Thy manservant.
Your manservant, who works for you, who you have employed for you. Okay? Or who else?
Know thy maidservant. Know the cattle.
Know the cattle, because the cattle, when you put them to plow, it's work. That's why I said don't muzzle them. You know, have you ever been on the farm? You ever seen them? I've seen oxen, and they eat while they're pulling that plow. Sometimes they stop and they eat. Sometimes they're hot. They just stop. You just see their tail moving, swatting flies. They're hot. The ass, the donkey. You put too much weight on them, what do you do? You stop. You sit down. You don't get up. They get tired too. They have hearts that beat fast too. God said, even them, you can't put them to work. Just leave them alone. Let them be their natural self that day. You can't put gadgets on them. Right. You can't have them pulling things. Nothing to aid you. Because what the animal is doing is aiding the master on his farm. Right. So we're down to the cattle too. And who else? Last but not least?
Know thy maidservant. Know thy manservant. Know thy maidservant. Know thy cattle. Know thy stranger that is within thy gates.
Stranger that is within your gates. We lived amongst each other.
That's right.
Across the hall, down the block, around the corner, down the road, up the hill. Everybody was Israelite. It's not like now. Back then, we had a community of Israelites.
Right.
We had neighborhoods of Israelites.
Right.
Okay? So the stranger is someone back then from another nation that is not homeborn Israelite.
Right.
They are of another nation. Pick one, anyone. And they come to live amongst them and serve God. That is the stranger that dwell among you. He shall be treated as the homeborn. Okay? You can't say, oh, I don't want my children married into him because he's not black. He served God. That's overridden right there. It doesn't matter what color you are. Anybody can serve the Most High.
Right.
Do y'all know that?
That's right.
It wasn't just Israelites that came out of Jacob that only served God. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
Uriah the Hittite.
That's right.
That's right.
One man said, now I know that God, the Lord, he is God.
That's right.
Moses' father-in-law.
That's right.
When he said that, he didn't go back and pray to idols. He said, yo, you know what? Now I am fully convinced that the Lord God, he's the real one. That's the real God.
Yeah.
Okay? There is times when a person comes to realization of God and themselves before God. But a lot of people don't, man. Because you got to be doing things towards the Most High. The laws, changing your ways. You got to do both of them.
That's right.
They both go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Okay? The laws is, my Bible used to always say, the laws is physical. You don't eat, you don't touch, you don't wear, you don't go. See? But then now, the ways and the rest of the laws is inside, in your heart. It's spiritual. It's dealing with your spirit. Okay? But But somebody's left out of this. The man, thou, the sons, the children, the maidservant, the manservant, the cattle, and even the stranger that is among thy gates, that lives with you. And now you live with us. Whoever lived with me got to follow these commandments. If you live here, you got to follow these commandments.
Right.
You can't leave on Friday night.
No.
You can't stay here all week and then leave Friday night. The people tried it.
Right.
You have relatives.
Yeah.
Oh, cousin Joe. Good old cousin Joe. But he just don't serve God. When he in town, he coming to stay over. Hey, cousin Joe, listen. I ain't got to explain it to you. You know what we do from Friday, starting from early Friday. It'll be a little before the evening. Okay, so we got to prepare. All the way through the night, all the way through the morning, the afternoon, to the next evening. All day Saturday. You know what we do. You know, we're family. You already know. Right? For you to stay here, you got to be here.
That's right.
You got to attend.
Yeah.
You have to be in attendance because you're here for 2 weeks. That means you live here in my house for 2 weeks.
That's right.
So the laws are for you also.
Uh-huh.
You can't be exempt. Nobody came. The stranger couldn't come there and still serve their God in their house within their gates. You know what their gates are? They're cities. So the stranger got his own house, but he's not serving idols in there.
Right.
And that's why the stranger shall be treated as the homeborn.
That's
I don't
right.
care what color he is.
Yeah.
I don't care how slanted his eyes are. I don't care what physical feature that differentiates him from another race.
That's right.
And that's what we need to stop doing. But we still ain't get to who's missing.
Who's that?
The mother, the wife, the imam. She's not mentioned in here. You know why? Baby. She has the tinu.
Right.
She has to serve that
She
child.
got to do
Yeah.
work concerning the child. That's right.
He can't feed himself. She can't feed themselves. Breastfeeding. If she's breastfeeding, he can't fast today. That's another thing. You can't fast on Shabbat. You can't fast on Shabbat.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Certain thing, yeah, but no. Listen. God give everything with rules. As you can see, he gave them the manna with rules.
Right.
Everything God give you is with rules. Okay?
Yeah.
So you can't serve God the way you want to serve him.
Okay.
You can't mention God's name. His name is holy. I can't go around just sacrificing anywhere. We forget this part with the sacrificing. First, you got to have the place that God chose to place a name. Where is that place? And don't tell me Jerusalem, because it's not there in Jerusalem. The city is there, but that place is not there no more. God doesn't have a house here on this planet right now, all right, where his name is dwelling. You know what that means, where his name dwelling? Where godly people come to gather to call upon his name. Where godly people bring their atonements and sacrifices. There's no place for his name. There's no sacrifices to be done. But I'm only talking about animals. There are other sacrifices. You know what sacrifice means? You give up. That's all it means. It don't mean what you give up. It don't mean how much you give up. It means I gave it up for this. Hey, you know what, baby? I love you. You know what? I know you don't like it, man, so I'm going to stop doing it. No matter what it is. Hey, you know, Ish, I know you don't like it, so I'm going to stop doing it. Hey, Ima, yeah, I know you. Ima don't like me when I say this, so I do this. I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to try not to do it when she's not around, because practice makes perfect.
Okay.
You try not to do things and speak a certain way around the parents, around you, who you honor, right? But you're so used to doing it when you're not around them. You can't help but make a mistake and slip out.
Right.
They didn't make no mistakes and say the wrong thing, man. They didn't do that. So the mother is the one that's left out of this equation, not meaning that she can serve her husband. Her job on the Shabbat, because she has a job on that day, is restricted to that tinu, that baby. Okay. Now, they didn't have bottles, so really, they didn't have to prepare bottles and have it in the fridge like we have to do today because they breastfed their children. They were able to breastfeed. Well, it won't take the milk. That's because your diet is messed up. You're not eating clean, and your diet is messed up. What you eat is in that milk, and that's what sustains and gets that child to be a superhuman baby.
Right.
Yeah, these guys were naturally strong because of how their diet was. When they were babies, before they had teeth, all they had was their mother's milk. In order for the mother to produce milk, she has to have a diet too, a clean diet. So she has to work today for the baby's sake. She got to clean that diaper. They make feces and it be all up here on their back. Right or wrong? I have kids. I know I had to change my kids' diapers too. Some of my brothers and sisters. I know what it is.
Yeah.
That's a job. I feel like sometimes I be like, man, I don't mind going out there and work. You can do this. Some of the kids stink like grown people. It don't be no baby because we feeding them grown food. We feeding them what we eating. So, well, man, he's stinking because you shoving the food in his mouth like that. They didn't do it in their upbringing. See, they were wise in all things because they performed the commandments. That's why they were healthy. That's why they were intelligent. That's why they were able to accomplish and succeed, which is also daresh, right?
Right.
Also means to succeed. Also means to investigate. Because that's what it said when David said David behaved himself wisely. He was successful in everything he did, even when he did something wrong. He got it all because he was at such a level. So now the mother, she has to do all these things. So she's excluded. She's the only one excluded. The father cannot change the diaper. Hey, you may do it during the week, but you can't do it today. You can't feed the child. The mother is the only one to feed that child. You got the little ones, they're not on the bottle, they're not being breastfed. They get plates, they can pick up their food, right? The mother still has to go and serve them their food, but they're not able to get there. She's pardoned from that. She's pardoned from that because of this.
You're not,
okay?
buddy.
You're not. And that's only the woman that have children.
You do what she do.
If your son is 20 years old, he's on his own. We ain't gotta do nothing with him. Okay? He been stopped sucking off the breast. So some mothers still treat their sons like that. Mama's boy, ain't nothing wrong with that. You got chip off the old block and mama's boy. That means they close to their parents. And that means their parents love them. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, we're gonna move ahead to Genesis. We got a lot of moving around to do today. So unless the woman has a baby, there's no work to be done. That's it. That's why a lot of times my niece comes and she'll want me to pick her up. I won't pick her up today. I'll hug her, won't pick them up. Babies don't get picked up today. That's not the mother picking that child up and holding it. They got a thing where they sit them on the hip. I don't know how that's a woman thing. If you see a man holding a baby on the hip like that, get your baby away from him. Because it's a certain mood. And see the woman though, down from my email on down though. I know. They grab this here, baby, and they don't keep them here. They switch them right here. And it's like the way they shift their hips, it's like they sit the baby right there. The woman's physicality, God made your physicality for having babies and handling babies.
I don't see no man doing that.
Now, so I'm saying that because I see a dude doing that, and you see it today. You go out there, you gonna see it. You see it. I see some rappers do it.
I better not see my good brother doing it.
You go like this, and you don't hold a baby like this. Most men hold him like this. Okay, you back. Bing? Nah, no good. No good. And he got the baby bag. See, the roles has been changed. The parents are the children. The children are the parents. The wife is the husband is the wife. The boss is the worker is the boss.
Wife empty-handed walking up the block. This man
And
loaded.
he got
Man loaded with the stroller.
He got the stroller up into you, bag, everything. Or he got the baby strapped to him. Now, look, I got a lot of kids. I didn't do all that.
I ain't do all that neither, brother.
And nothing was strapped to me.
I ain't see my father do it.
I didn't see my father do it either.
With all 9 of my
Whatever I
siblings.
didn't see my father do, I didn't do.
Facts. Facts.
And I provided my woman with the economical space to do her job.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Oh, that's old fashioned. Oh, this is how it looks. Listen, man, stick to the ancient path. It says, seek ye the ancient path, and when you find it, because if you seek it, if you look for it, you're going to find it. You will find it.
Walk therein.
And walk where?
Therein.
In it. Walk in it. So walking in it means reading these they say scriptures.
And apply it.
And applying it. Stop criticizing the people. That's what this generation is about, criticism, pointing the finger. You like to expose. I want to expose. But you can't expose nobody in this book.
Yeah.
Y'all know that? Y'all can't bring that social media mind here. I keep telling y'all that every week. I tell y'all that because that is a mindset. You got to know how to be on social media and not think like them. Mm-hmm. Because the way of social media is to criticize, point the finger, cap. Right. Cap means lie, twist the truth. Take what happened in history and switch it up. That's what's going on today. So when you read this book, you got to switch that off. You can't read it like that. I can't read, oh, she's this, he's that. Leave that alone. If he did something wrong, if she did something wrong in the book, you don't follow it. You look and you see the result, and you say, okay, this is not the way to go. Don't judge. You can't judge them. You got to leave them alone. God chose these people. We're trying to be chosen. Right. I'm trying to be selected.
That's right, monkey.
In order for me to be chosen or selected, I got to get his attention. I got to get his attention. Genesis chapter 6.
Mm-hmm. Genesis chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them.
The planet Earth wasn't populated the way it was now, the way it is now. It's overloaded now. Okay? You had room back then. You could go get some spot and say, hey, look, I'm going to build my house here. I'm going to build my a city here and name it after me or my son. That's not happening now. It's not like that no more. So men started to spread across the face of the earth and started having daughters, more and more daughters, more and more women being born. It said that the sons of God, it got their attention. Now, we already went in the Hebrew, and Shishama already validified in the Hebrew that they're talking about angels. There's no way in this chapter we're talking about men. Okay? But men cannot do what the angels do. So we're talking about angels. It said the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair. The daughters of men. It said the sons of God saw the daughters of men. That means the sons of God are not men. Right or wrong?
Right.
I mean, in the English, what they call common sense, you will see it. But you don't perform no law, so no wisdom comes for you to see it. It says the sons of God saw the daughters of men.
Made a distinction.
That they made a distinction that they were not men. Or it said the sons of God saw their own daughters. They didn't say that. It said saw the daughters of men. So they are angels. Tamshi.
That they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose.
Fair means attractive. Attractive. They started looking at the woman the way we, the men, look at our woman. The women were made to attract us, to desire them for a wife. Okay? But these guys got jobs. All angels got jobs, different jobs too. And somehow these guys said, now we're not going to do it. We're going to forget my job. I want one of those down there on that planet, the woman. And a lot of them went down there and took wives of all which they chose. Tamshi.
And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, but that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
Now, these guys started going into the woman. This happened at the time. This doesn't happen. This chapter didn't happen in one day. All right? It didn't happen in one day. At the time now, they start going into the woman. And then at a certain point of man's timeline, God said, my spirit shall not always strive with man. I'm not going to follow up everything man do. Every wrong that man do, I'm not going to punish him for. Everything that you say and do, I'm not going to come down on you for. My email used to say, don't follow him up. Yeah, but he said something wrong. He said, yeah, but you ain't got to answer everything they say. What he say. And the example is God. He said, my spirit shall not always strive. I'm not going to always strive with man. I'm not going to always be on him, right? But that he is also flesh. I know what I created. And I know how tainted my creation is. Because he's flesh. Meaning he's going to sin. Without these commandments, you're sinning automatically. And that's what God means. That's why you see people in the world do things and don't die. That's why you see Israelites that know and still don't die. Giving you a chance to correct that. He said, but that he is also his flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. Their lifeline, man's lifeline got cut down. Man used to live for hundreds of years. Okay? 969, Methuselah. The longest lifespan of any man in recorded history. Nobody lived longer than Methuselah. 969, almost 1,000. Those guys in Genesis, they started having children at 300 years old. He said he said that when he reached 300 years old, 400 years old, then he begot sons and daughters. See how long they lived back then? Why we die fast? Why God cut down to 120 years? Why you go out? What make all of this happen? Sin, wickedness. Sin and wickedness progress over time. Right. As you go on and go further in the Old Testament, just remember one thing. On the whole world is evolving in wickedness as all of this goes on. They're the only ones that knows the ways of God. That's why some men had to write about it. They were the only ones that knew. And that's why God said there's you're gonna get it different because you knew. There's no excuse for you. That guy got his excuse. These people got an excuse. I didn't appear to them. I didn't put them in front of Mount Sinai and introduce myself to them. That's right. They're not accountable. You are. So we need to stop pointing our finger at everybody. We give the wicked too much attention. Yeah. We give them too much attention. That's like a transsexual walking down the block. You keep, man, look at him. So what? Don't give him paying no mind. Let him go. Tamshi.
There were giants in the earth in those days.
And that's what it really meant in Hebrew. There were giants. These guys were giants. Not 11 feet tall. These guys were giants. You know what a giant is, right? Okay? Taller than this building. There was a time when even man was taller and bigger in stature. In time, we came out average 6 feet this. We said 6 feet, oh, you 6'5", you tall. That's short back then. That's short back then. Like the measurement of a cubit is from your elbow to the top of your middle finger. From here to your elbow. That's what they said a cubit is. But back then, a cubit was longer than that because everybody was bigger in stature. Egyptians was bigger than Hebrews, naturally. Amorites were mountain dwellers. They were very tall people. Okay? And you got Goliath, his sons. But these giants were bigger than everybody. You know why? Because it was angels going into the woman. They didn't come out big. They came out regular like babies, and in time they grew in stature. So yes, there were giants in the earth. And just remember this. God is the one telling us this story. God is the one narrating this.
That's right.
Okay? Tom sheet.
And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were men of old, men of renown.
Now these guys, they made themselves famous by hunting men down. Okay? That's what they did. They started to take over the planet. Okay? He said, God saw, this is how I know it was no good, it wasn't nothing good. Because it said, God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth. Now, what that did was cause hybrids. Okay? So now you got giants, you got this, you got all these crazy stuff walking the planet that God did not intend for you to come down and go into a woman. That creation, that baby that come out of there is wicked. And that the reason why God saw, he said he saw the wickedness of man because it wasn't created. This baby wasn't made correctly. You wasn't supposed to go into her. This is an abomination. And that abomination lives and grows up and does more abomination. He's not going to think about serving God because look how he was made. So God said the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Did you see that? God said, wow, man, meaning all men, everybody, all humans, everybody. Their imagination, meaning what you come up with in your head, is always going to be evil. God said, man, these guys here, this is why the law is instituted. This is why God gave these people this law, so that they don't get caught up in this. That's the whole world. And the imagination of his own heart is only evil continually. Most of the world is not going to recognize that there is only one God, and it's the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If God introduced himself to Israel, right? Did they listen?
Nope.
What make you think God tell the whole world and everybody gonna listen? God know who gonna listen, who not gonna listen. But remember, with these people, he kept a promise. God knew what was gonna go on with them, and he had mercy with them because of Abraham. It's always the father that sets it off. And it's always the children that go against what the father set up. Yeah, the children of Israel went against what Abraham set up. So when they cried, and the bitter cry went up into heaven, and God heard it, it said, he remembered the covenant he made with Abraham. And guess what? He looked into them and said, I got respect for them. Now that he remembered, he said, it's time now. And got them out. Not because you were mighty or you were strong. That's what God said. Don't think because you all that. Okay? The only reason why you get this play with me is because of your father Abraham. I gave him a promise, and I got to keep that promise. Even though you acting up, I'm not going to go against my word that came out my mouth. Because sometimes things happen to see if you're going to keep your word.
Right.
Sometimes things happen to see if you're going to break your word. You just said the other day, man, I ain't never doing that again. 2 days later, you're going to get challenged. You're going to get... It's all right, but I was this man. Nah, man, you got to look at that. You got to look at that. And those are the things that push God away from you further. You got to remember,
Yeah.
man, I say a lot of crazy stuff when I'm mad. I don't remember when I'm mad. So you know what? I got to control me being upset.
Yeah.
If I control my anger, I can control the situation a little bit more.
Okay.
That's me. That's everybody. I had to learn how to control my anger. I'm in situations where I let my anger flare up, and I said, "Damn, you know what? If I didn't get upset and been so defensive or offensive, it could have went this way. It didn't have to be that way." Myself, I told myself that. So I have to handle things a little better. But sometimes people will come loud, and I will answer them soft. Because now I'm going to be faultless in my movements. I will be justified. So you can't say I came at you anyway. And that's how you got to start moving. What you don't like for yourself, you cannot be doing to people. If you don't like this approach, you can't do that approach. Do you understand that? That's the, man, listen. Thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And this was back then. God spoke about man, period. On the whole. All right? Time sheet. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth. You can make a person be sorry that they did something for you. They could be sorry that they're with you, that they hooked up with you. You can make a person feel sorry for these things. But I'm sorry I ever made you my friend, because you're not treating me like a friend. And I don't have it in me to do you like how you doing me, man. This is not right. It makes you grieve. It makes you say, I'm sorry I did that. I'm sorry I had these kids. I've heard people say that. Yeah. God said he repented him that he made man on the earth. And it grieved him at his heart. It hurt God. He got emotion. Oh, he's the master of emotion. It hurt him because man is not going correct the way God made him to go. He said, God made man upright, but he sought out many inventions, meaning the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Not that he invented things. He had made up stuff in his head that was against God. The thoughts of his head continually, or the imagination is wicked. And you see this, man, this is how they're going to be. They're going to live, die, generations come. This is how they're going to be. Okay? Time sheet. I keep saying time sheet. And the Lord said, I will destroy man. Now God don't came to the decision. He looked and said, man, you know what? These guys, this the wickedness that was going on at that time, some of it's not known now. Some of it is not known now. Because it got God to the point where he destroyed the whole planet. Okay? Planet ain't been destroyed since then. It will be. If you read, you'll see. Not with water either. But God came to the decision to destroy whom he has created. That's like destroying your child, killing your child. Man, I'm going to have to put this dude down. I'm going to have to kill my son. I'm going to have to kill my daughter. But we do have a commandment in here. The only time that the woman, the daughter gets killed is she played the whore, right, in her father's house. Okay? Or she committed adultery, right, by being engaged, which is betrothed, and married. Now, the other part is the men. If you're giving your parents a hard time, that's number one. You just don't like the lesson. Okay? It said they chastise him times. You get chastisement in words, in privileges, taking privileges from you. They should call it punishment, putting you on punishment. Right? For me, that hurted more than the beat. And then you get the beat. Sometimes you get it all. You get privileges snatched, punishment and beaten. Okay? And that's what God do with us. Same way, same treatment, same discipline.
That's right.
Well, I don't want to kill the hand, man. They tell you in there, God said, take him and go take him to the judges and get him stoned, that he dies, the mother and the father. That shows me right there, husband and wife always agree together. Says a beautiful thing, ain't it? Right. Says a beautiful thing when a husband and a wife agree together. So they both string him up and take him to the gates of the judges. He's a glutton. He eats up all the food. He eat up all the food. And he's a drunkard. He get drunk. And for some reason, they don't like when he gets drunk because he's a certain way when he gets drunk. He does certain things when he gets drunk that they don't like. They say, that's the situation, take him and get rid of him. Now, people can't do that today. You think Israelites would do that today? We don't have the heart of these people. Pop a lot of trouble. We don't have the heart to carry out. If we could carry out, those are judgments, mind you, right? You carry those judgments out, you go to jail for the rest of your life. Okay? We threw the freedom away to do God's judgment. We threw the freedom of sacrificing and atonement. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna kill her. She committed adultery. But you a whore with God. You commit whoredoms. God said the men commit whoredoms. Anytime the men presumptuously go off, you are just the same as a whore in God's eyes. So it's how you're moving. Depict what you are. Tell you. Verse 7. I'm at verse 7.
But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord.
No, back it up.
And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast.
No. Did the beast do anything?
Nope.
All right, go ahead.
Both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air.
But you know why they get it? You know why they get it? You know why they get it? All of that was made for man. The planet Earth was made for man. That's what it said, curses shall the earth be for your sake. Because of you, Adam, it's going to bring up thorns and thistles now. It's not going to be pleasant like it was before. Yeah. That's why the beasts get hit. That's why this get hit. That's why the creeping things get hit. Because this is for you. I made all this stuff and made you last, man. And this home here, I built for you. The ocean, everything. In the Apocalypse, it said, man, it said, one appreciates the sight of sitting by a lake. Look at this site here. But he don't consider who made it. You want to paint it? Yes, I'm painting it in. But you don't want to consider who made this. That's why the world is going down. That's why God was mad here. And that's why the beasts, the creeping things, the fowls of the air, that's why they get, because what we do affects everything. That's right. Yeah, what we do, he said, you can't take the woman that you divorced, you can't take her back after she's been married and divorced or the latter husband dies. He said, why? Because she is defiled. And to do what to the land? It defile the land, pollute the land. It's against the laws of that land. It said, now there's a negative reaction that happens every time somebody did that in Israel. In generations and generations and time, and more abominations and more this and more this and more come to the point where the land spits you out. It spits you out. This is how it spits you out. When you plant seeds, it don't grow. You plant seeds, there's no water coming. The rain in due season ain't coming no more. God only made it rain according to agricultural farm. Right. We were farmers. He only gave us the rain when the crops were needed. Because you know you can have a rain and you can have a drought or you can have a flood. God never did that because we would have never got our food. That's how we got our food. We grew our food. We made our own food. We didn't have to buy it from nobody. Mm-hmm. I'm saying all of this to show y'all the mindset of these people and how different they lived. Mm-hmm. And we live in the city, martyrdom, and we still have to adapt their customs, their traditions, their ways in this time. You got to find a way to fit that in today. Daniel did it in his time. Elijah did it in his time. All the Israelites didn't live in one generation. So there's no excuse. Oh, but we live today is different. I don't want to hear that, man. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal. It's different today because we live somewhere. We live in a different time. All these things are different. No. We supposed to get married different.
No.
Where am I?
Verse 8.
Yeah.
But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. It's the first time we hear about a man named Noah. Mm-hmm. An exception was made.
An exception.
That's what I'm striving for. To be an exception.
Found grace in the
amongst. I'm already an exception in the world. I don't do what the world do. I'm making an exception among Israelites, my people. That's what time it is. I can't move how the average Israelite move. Average Israelite don't do these commandments.
That's right.
Okay? The average ways, I don't want to talk about ways. I'm going to talk about ways. Mm-hmm. You're not going to do none of them ways if you can't get these commandments down pat.
Right.
You got to do these steps and stages. Yeah. You got to get this right. You got to get some of this right. And you'll have the wisdom to see your ways. Wisdom will tell you you're wrong. And you will listen to wisdom. Wisdom will guide you. But wisdom ain't going to do nothing if you do not perform God's commandment first. And that's why you got to read here a little, there a little, here a little. All the ways of God is in this book from Genesis to Malachi.
That's right.
All the ways of being godly is in this book. All you got to do is just say, hey, man, look what he did in this situation. You know you wouldn't have done that. That's why you're not godly. That's what made these people godly. That's right. And that's the mindset we have to change over in. And it's a hell of a thing to do. Because you're going to have to, So everybody get tested.
That's right.
Some people get tested and have to swallow in things, like swallowing my pride.
That's right.
You get tested in that. Not just in, this and eating this and that. You get tested in your ways too.
That's right.
In order to serve God, you're going to get put into situations where you will have to swallow your pride or die. That I wrote that because that's what I got from reading about pride. It stops me from serving God. That's what it does, man. For all of this, God said, I'm destroying man. Mm-hmm. The only man I ain't destroying is Noah. Mm-hmm. Noah found grace. He found favor. He was an exception.
That's right.
God said, you know what? I'm going to destroy everybody except him. What made Noah find grace in the eyes of the Lord? Mm-hmm. The law. He was the only man doing the commandments in his time. In his time. That's why he said he's the best in his generation. We can be the best in our generation. Ain't nobody doing these commandments. We could be like that. All you got to do is stop sinning. You already know what you got to do, and you're learning more. All you got to do is stop sinning. Mm-hmm. And you can be just like this guy here in his generation. He was the best. Yeah. And so God looked, he said, found grace. And he said, you know what? When you find grace in God's sight, what he do to everybody else, he ain't gonna do to you. That's what happens when someone is found favor of grace.
That's right.
Okay? And God say he's gracious.
That's right.
That means he ain't gonna overlook. We overlook people. We overlook people. Okay? I'll give the credit to this guy when it's really for you. And I know it's him. I'm supposed to come to him, but I go to you. This is the spitefulness in our hearts. These are the ways that God sees, and he said, no, I don't like that. I don't like that, man. We can't be pitted against each other.
Up and down.
We're supposed to be in unity, man. God said he likes when we're in unity. He said it's a beautiful thing. He compared it with, this is metaphoric, to the oil that ran down the skirt
Of his garment.
of his garment.
Beard.
It ran down his what? Well, I wanted somebody to say. I kept it out. I wanted you to say it. Ran down his what?
His beard.
His beard. So Aaron's face was not shaved or lined up.
Psalms 133.
As we could, that tells you right there, he didn't touch his beard. Because when you touch your beard and you sweating, you're gonna have puddles. For those who have beards, we know.
Say even
You sweat,
skirts of
you
his
gotta have
garment.
puddle of sweat right here. Right here, I get sweat here. And after a while it drip. So imagine oil getting poured on me. Imagine oil getting poured on me. He's gonna go down the bed, and then it's gonna hit what he got on, the skirts of his garment, which was his robe. God said the way that oil come down on Aaron, on the high priest, that's beautiful to him. He liked that. That's beautiful to God. Okay? And he compared it to us being together. Same page. Time sheet.
These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation.
That's why God found him in his sight and was gracious to him. You see, he was a just man and perfect in his generation. So he was perfect with God. Just like Abraham, huh? So when God compared to Abraham and said, be perfect before me, it wasn't something new he's telling man. He said it was perfect in his generation. I mean, everybody who was alive while Noah was alive couldn't touch Noah. They couldn't touch Noah. He was the only one close to God in the whole planet. That's how you get recognized by God. Everybody else doing this, you doing what God say. You stick out. Believe me, you will stick out. And you gonna know it too. Only you gonna know. Nobody else gonna see that. Time sheet.
And Noah walked with God. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked
upon. So now remember, you got the giants. Man was already doing this thing. Now you got the giants there. You got the evil angels down there. They're spreading a lot of stuff. They're spreading a lot of stuff. A lot of evil wickedness. Was knowledge of wickedness was very high back then. Okay? And Noah, he said the earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. You think people are dying today? You think people getting slaved back then? It was different. There's no police. There's nobody to run to. You on your own. You on your own. And there's no bullets, pow, 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 pow. Everything is close up. So it's a lot of bloodshed. More than normal. Okay? And nobody was right before God.
That's right.
It got to a certain generation, the heights of wickedness got too. Whoa, wait a minute.
That's right.
It got God's attention for evil. All right? Time sheet.
And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make of it.
Okay. Because you read about the ark and the Cubits made of gopher wood. Okay, now move on down to Genesis 11. You know why? Because a lot of things went down in Genesis that Israelites don't believe. Israelites don't believe. I can say that. Especially with this chapter we're about to read. Time sheet.
Genesis chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
That one language and that one speech was Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
The ancient Hebrew. All languages, when God put languages on the planet, right? A lot of them were similar to Hebrew. We're called Aramaic, Syrian, okay, Babylonian, all right? A lot of them had some of the same consonants or vowels, okay? But let's make it clear. The first language that was speaking in the first world was Hebrew. Everybody spoke it up until God did the dispersion and set different languages around. All right? It wasn't even called the Hebrew language. You know that, right? The word language didn't exist. Everybody just spoke the same tongue.
That's right.
These things came about when you had a different tongue came about. Now the word language means tongue, lingua, different tongues, different speech. That's what language means. It didn't exist until God did this. There was only one language, okay? And like I said, they didn't even have a name for it. It wasn't called Hebrew. It started to get called Hebrew when languages came into play, and now I got a distinct, every language got a name now. Okay? So remember that, the whole language was of one speech, Tamshi.
And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly.
Shinar is where Iran is at right now. Iran. Shinar became Babel. Babel became Babylon. Babylon became Iran.
Shinar is the city of
Okay?
Babylon.
City of Babylon.
Yeah.
Today we call it Iran. All right? The Iranians. Tamshi.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven.
Now, so we're going to build a tower, is where they got the ideas of skyscrapers from. Okay? This tower ain't a regular tower. We're going to build this tower to reach the heaven. It goes past the atmosphere and reach into what we call space. That's what they wanted to do as a whole. Man as a whole decided, everybody on earth decided on one accord, this is what they wanted to do. Nobody said, let's serve God. Okay? Everybody said, hey, let's go up there, and they don't tell them what they had on their minds to do when they got up there. Okay? I've read in other books, right? But I'm not going to repeat that. I know one day it wasn't good. What they had the intent in their hearts, it wasn't good. It was evil and it was wicked. Okay? Tom Sheep.
And let us make a name.
Oh, wait a minute. How you make a name for yourself? Anybody know?
You do things to stand out.
You do so you stand out. Your name ringing bells because of this act. I took a city. Joab said, yo, David, come get this city before I name it after me.
I'll take it.
I'm giving you the honor first because you're the king. And I conquer cities for you. But this city here, I'm going to wind up naming it after myself. You got to come on out. And he came out. It was an Amorite king, matter of fact. It was an Amorite king, king of the Amorites. He came and he took that city. David made a name for himself when he killed Goliath.
Yeah.
You got a champion? We got a champion. Your champion, fight my champion. Whoever wins, you made a name for yourself. Okay? Madison Square Garden. The person that built that, his name is Madison. That's the name of the joint. You made a name. These are all ways that you make a name for yourself. You build something and name it after you or your son. That's what our forefathers did.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
He went up there and built a city and he said, man, I'm going to name it after my son. Boom. Or name it after me. Or name it after what I'm going through. But these guys want to make a name in a bad way. Because what they're doing is a feat in itself. To make a construct that's going to reach all the way up into heaven. They only make up stuff like that in comic books.
That's right.
Okay? They gotta they get up there, but they gotta fly up there. Ain't no construct that you gonna go all the way up. Nah, they was gonna make it. That's what was in their heads, Tom Sheep.
Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
He said, we got to go up there. And I don't know what going up there is going to stop us from getting scattered. They're like, you know what? We got to go up there. It's action up there. This is what they wanted. Not to be here and be scattered. How they knew they was going to be scattered? Don't know. But they said, we don't want to be abroad on the planet and be scattered. So their answer was going up. That's the reason why they was going up there. Because they didn't want to get spread out. Okay? Tom Sheep.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower.
And the Lord,
which the children of men built.
God himself pulled up. Yeah, he pulled up.
Yeah.
But they didn't see him.
Nope.
See, he appear how he want to appear. You pull up, you ain't going to see him. You ain't going to smell him. You ain't going to know. Okay? And he's right there while they doing it, making their stuff. Yeah, bring the brick. Those guys walking, right there walking and observing it. Sometimes he said, you know what, let me go there. I got to see this thing myself. That's what they're doing. I got to see this one. You know, God can see it from up there. But sometimes you want to come down. All right, good. Wow. These dudes is really, you guys are crazy. I got to really see that they really doing this. He said, the Lord said, behold, the people
is one.
This is the one time all of man was one. This was the one time all of man was united. Tom Sheep.
The people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now,
hold up. It's not a good thing. Does that sound like a good thing?
No.
What they want to do, what they're doing, and what their intent, whatever it is, God said this is not good. I don't like this. They're all look. They're moving like one person. They got one language, and look what they come up with. That's what God said. Look what they come with. They have the capacity to come up with something righteous for all of us to do together. But the first thing the world wants to unite in anything is going to be an opposing God. It's called agendas. We all know about agendas. Everybody got agendas. And those agendas, they're on an agenda right now. He said, now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. What that mean? Nothing will be restrained from them. They cannot be stopped. If I don't stop them, they won't be stopped. That's what it means.
That's right.
Put it plain and simple. That's what God said. Nothing will be restrained. Nothing will be held back from them. They will be able to succeed in getting this done. God said, now, the reason why I'm bringing this up, because we have there's a lot of discussions in Israel about the book, and that's great. That's great. We're supposed to talk about it all the time. But now that we're talking about it all the time, you got to get your scruples straight. We got to stick to what it say here, and we forget words, certain words. Certain words you don't pay attention to, you're not going to get this whole thing. Man, they got it wrong. They got the idea of this whole verse wrong. Pay attention to the words. Nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Whatever they come up with, they're going to get it all. So when Israelite says, how are they going to get up there? They didn't have astronaut suits. Listen to me, man. I'm not going to sit here and bust my head on that. And I don't think you should either. God said they was going to get it all. They was going to get it all. That's why God said, how long is it going to take for these people to believe me? How long is it going to take? What? Y'all been down here for a minute now with me. Y'all don't see what I did with Egypt. What more I got to show y'all? What more? The fear don't stay with you guys. Fear does not stay with you guys. You guys that call yourself Israelites. You don't stay fearful of God's commandments all the time. No. I get too happy, I break the commandment. I get too upset, I break the commandment. I get too sad, I break the commandment.
Yeah.
Get sad. But why you ain't come out to you, brother? You know, what I was going through. Nah, man, I don't care if it's a death in the family. This don't stop. The Shabbat, the teachings, the congregation, it don't stop. God is first. Everybody lives and dies. Everybody live and die. He said people get shot every day, B. Everybody living. Right now somebody died. Right now somebody's alive. Right now somebody died. Every second there's a life God taken and given.
Right.
Until the number is up. You know what that means? There's a number. I read in other books that God has this whole thing numbered. There's a certain amount of human beings that's going to be born and die. And when it reaches that number, that's when the actions start. That's when the end of mankind starts. Mankind will end. Not in the movies like you think. It's going to end the way God said. Read Malachi. Read the book of Malachi.
That's right.
All right? And he's going to show you. He said, I'm going to send Elijah. This is how we know. That's why I say it ain't happening yet. Elijah got to come here first. Believe everything you read. Don't leave nothing out. We take bits and pieces and run with it. The whole verse. Run with the whole verse. Not half of it. If we got a comma, it's more to it. Maybe it's explaining the reason why. A lot of things, it explains the reason why. Because it's being written for us. They didn't have this written for them. They was getting straight up the order, like army sergeants. Yeah. Look, man, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do this. And it goes into effect now. Right now, in this desert place where we ain't got nothing. That's how you test a person. Yeah. Take everything they got. They can't do it. Take appetite. And that's how God got them. He took the food, put them in a place where there's no food. You see the real person when there's no food. You see the real person when they ain't got no money. You see, yeah. I want to see if you're going to be that same person with what you have. That's why it's good to give up. Sacrifice. Sacrifice means to give up. Because the things you give up is what's holding you back from serving God anyway. You ain't giving up goats. We don't have goats. We don't have he-goats and she-goats and bullocks. Okay? Where am I going to get one at? I can't go get one and sacrifice it to God. It has to be my flock. He said, out of your flock and your herd. Why? Because everybody had it. That's right. Did you hear about a man that couldn't bring his offering to God because he didn't have nothing? You never heard of that in here? Nope. Because every man was free and they had their own. That's right. Every man, every house had their own inheritance. I told you there was no missing fathers in the households like today, unless he died. And God said he don't like putting away. Well, we linking up forever, baby. I'm telling you right now. We serving God till we both die. That's how it is. Oh, that I don't want to hear nothing else. Are you going to serve? I will teach you. I will show you. Be patient. This requires patience. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to feel like you're being squeezed. You're going to feel like you don't have. Somebody said last week, remember what fun that the kids have. Yeah. And you're an adult. The kids don't know nothing about fun until you show them. You taught them that. You taught them birthday cakes. You taught them all that stuff. All those songs. All those songs they teach them to sing in school. The cow jump over the moon. Can a cow jump over the moon? No. London Bridge. A witch's song. Remember, we was kids when we found that out. About London Bridge. It was falling down because of witches. And this comes from a true story. That's why we can't adapt the ways of the heathen. That's right. No. Songs, some songs, a lot of songs got a lot of different languages in it now. They speak in different languages with hip hop beats. Find out what it means first before you go singing it. Kids know all the words to these songs. They don't even know the 10 Commandments. Okay. They don't even know Exodus 20. Why? It's not their fault. It's the parents' fault. You shall teach their children diligently. That don't mean they gonna stay in the way. They may run away. You got a lot of people that grew up in this way of life, and look, they ran away. They couldn't wait to run away from it. They hated this. They hated that they had to listen to their mother and father. They hated that they couldn't eat what they want. They hated that they, man, every Saturday, man. Yeah, every Saturday, man. You owe. If that man and that woman never ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, everybody would be observing the Shabbat day. Everybody. Every man, woman, and child. This would be a common day. It wouldn't be a law just for these people. This was meant for man.
True.
The Shabbat was made before man was created. So it was made for man. Everything on this planet was made for you. That's why when we mess up, our wickedness and our iniquity affects the planet. It affects the atmosphere. It affects the air. And what it does, turn against us. The air becomes poisonous. All of a sudden now, you got smog that could kill you. Fog that could kill you. Fog never killed you before. Fog is noxious now. Remember the last year it was orange?
Right.
Everywhere was orange.
Yeah.
It was smoggy all over. People were saying go inside. People were getting sick. That didn't happen back then. Even when God punished them, he didn't punish them like that. He said, I'll make a new thing. But Israel, he did peculiar things. You know what I'm saying? He hit God hit them up. And then and look, and still maintain them. He said, now you're gonna know I'm God. He told one king that did not serve God, he served idols of wood and stone. Ahab. But one day the enemy ran up on him. Okay? And he linked up with the king of Edom. It was three kings: the king of Israel, the king of Judah, and the king of Edom. Right. They all linked up. I think it was Syria. Syria was running down on these guys. Now, let me tell you something about Syria. They're like Korea. There's a lot of those guys, man. I seen a movie about the Korean War, and they showed actual footage. Yo, man, millions and millions of dudes. You can see the hill, but then it's like, what's that moving? It's people, it's men, and they got the whole hill covered, and you hear them, that's all you hear. The Korean War. Back then it was like that.
That's right.
The Syrians was rolling down on them. They said, yo, man, we gotta we gotta get to the prophet. Went to the prophet. When the prophet saw the king, he got mad. He didn't like that king. Because that king don't like God. So the prophet didn't like him. And he says, you're the reason why all this is happening. He said, but I'm gonna inquire of God. He said, but it wasn't for him. I'm gonna inquire of the other king, which was the king of Judah, which was a good king. Right. Okay. He said, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even talk to you. I'm not inquiring of nothing. You know, he got upset. Prophet, he got upset. Because after a while, man, you just running around here doing this. You got people following you in sin. It's one thing you doing it. Now you got Israel following you in this junk. Prophets didn't like people like that. And it was personal. It was personal. He said, but was it for this man here? And look, the king of Edom was off to the side. He was quiet. He did the right thing because this is family here. That's family there. Yeah. So he was quiet. He said, okay. He said, look, get me a minstrel. You know what a minstrel is? A person that plays stringed instruments. Right. David was a minstrel. He played the harp, the psaltery, the lute. The guitar is a stringed instrument. It comes from the psaltery. It comes from the harp. The piano comes from the harp. When you open up the back of the piano, you see strings. Those strings is attached to a cord and a hammer. But we call it keys. It's a modern harp. That's all it is. But you take those keys off, you take the piano and stand it up, open it up, you can, and the harp makes a wonderful, beautiful. It is a soothing sound. I'm not gonna lie. My Abba wanted to get one, right? He didn't get the harp because we didn't know it cost
so much.
$4,000.
Expensive. Very expensive.
But the least expensive one. Because they put gold on it. Chief, man, they put gold on it. They hook harps up. You ain't gonna go get no plastic harp. When you want a harp, you gotta spend money.
Mm-hmm.
The acoustics in that thing is so beautiful. And that's it, man. I see why Saul's spirit was able to calm down.
Right.
That's a calm. But I bet you if David was a drummer, boom, 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 and it got him riled up. No. I'm just saying. Drums sound nice.
Yeah.
They didn't drum. They played flutes. Not flutes. String instruments and pipes. That's what the flute and the oboe and trumpets. We had trumpets, what we call trumpets today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The original. This is the original trumpet right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ram's horn. This is an actual horn from an actual ram. Okay? And when you blow it, it makes a distinctive sound. People get scared. People don't know about this. When they hear the sound that come out of it, they get scared. I had a neighbor that said, Mikael, I heard a sound about, see, because we're commanded to blow this. You know that, right?
That's right.
On the Shabbat, and on all the feast days and the new moons.
Yeah.
We are to blow this.
Right.
My Abba will blow it when he say Shakarit sometimes. Shakarit is the morning prayer.
Mm-hmm.
We have the morning prayer and we have the evening prayer, which is Minkat. That's what we should be doing instead of sacrificing. That is in place of the goat.
That's not sacrificing, though. All you're doing is killing the goat to the devil. That's what God said.
Because no. Because that's what you think you're doing. Just like Chief Malak said. What you call sacrificing, you're sacrificing the devil.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God said.
True.
If you do not bring it to the tabernacle, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, can somebody tell me where it's at now? Where is it? So if it's around, I need that joint. I need atonements being made for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's, man, listen. Or wipe out a lot, man.
Sure.
God accepted by fire coming down after you home. And he accepted your offering. You don't stay there and wait for him or take a ticket. You go and you give it up and you go. And the priest making an atonement.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't say what the atonement really is. You say, take the blood and make an atonement with it. One thing I know, Abba said, I know he don't drink it. He don't eat the blood, he don't drink the blood.
Mm-hmm.
But it never said what he did with the blood that made it valid to be an atonement. So we don't need to be messing with that, because anytime you start doing that, you are sacrificing the demons. God said, Seraim. Seraim in Hebrew means the goat of Mendel and the Baphomet. Y'all know what that is? That's who's running the entertainment business right now. The Illuminati and all that stuff. It's right around the corner in your head. You got corners in your head and your brain. You got a whole world in your brain. And it's right there waiting, because you do things to make it lie at the door. So when the door open, he in. Sin. That's what God told Cain.
Mm-hmm.
Why we can understand everything else except this? Because we're not doing what we know.
That's right.
We're not doing what we know. And look, I'm going to follow what that guy say, because I like what he's saying, even though I don't see it in here. That's what's going on today.
Right.
Tom sheet.
Let us go to. Let us go down, and there confound their language.
Who God talking to? God, there was a lot of times when God was talking, he wasn't talking to men,
Right.
but he was talking to somebody,
Uh-huh.
his host. God got a host of millions and millions and millions and millions of holy beings that praise him daily. Quados, El Shaddai, Zebahah. They call the angels call the Most High El Shaddai. What happened? What happened? The angels call the Most High El Shaddai. They don't call him Yod Hey Wabe. What happened now? You better than the angels? Yeah. The angels, they don't do nothing but what God say. He said, my name is in him. You know what that means? My orders are in him.
That's right.
All he knows is my name and my will and my might. And he will kill you for it.
That's right.
So don't play with this angel, because I can't be here with y'all.
That's right.
I'm going to direct things from afar. I am too holy to be for y'all to be around me messing around. I'm going to wipe, you know what's going to happen? How we get sometimes as men. You get wipe out everything, right? Men can get that way. And so you know what? Everybody get it. That's how God got it. And you don't want to get them like that.
No.
So you say, you know what? For your own good, I'm going to be over here. He said, but I'm going to send an angel with you, because I ain't going to leave you like that. I'm not going to leave you like that.
I'm not going to leave you on your own.
I promise my man, yo. Regardless of how you acting, I'm going to stick to my word. And I'm God.
Wow.
I can change it if I want. Who want to do something to me? So God show us the example, man. Make me want to cry, man. God stick to his own word, man. He said, I swear by my name. Who he going to swear to?
Okay.
He's the greatest, man. That's why in my praying, I'm not there. I'm not, I fast, I pray. I'm not there yet until I cry for what I did.
Yeah.
That's what I told myself. But you keep doing what you're doing, man. You keep praying, because it's going to come. Because you're starting to feel more guilty.
Yeah.
So it's going to come.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to come. Yeah. So I told myself, I'll say, you reach a level when you can cry when you pray, man.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not just about, because you got to make vows when you fast. My father made vows when he fasted.
Right.
You cannot make vows without fasting. You cannot fast without making vows. What's the point? People fast and go right back.
Yeah.
But the vow, you might think about it.
Okay.
You know what? Right. I remember what I told God to do to me.
That's right.
I ain't doing that.
That's right.
Bind myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm stubborn. I'm hard-headed. I'm lax.
Right.
I have my ways.
Yeah.
My ways.
Yeah.
And that's what messed me up. That's what messed you up. That's what messed us up.
That's right.
Get a grip on yourself.
That's right.
Only you. All right. I don't take no rebuke from nobody. I should be rebuking myself. That way nobody got to rebuke me.
Okay.
But somebody going to rebuke you.
That's right.
And you don't want God to do it.
Oh, no.
I'd rather my nephew, a child, rebuke me before God rebuke me.
Oh, man.
I'd rather God pull this little man's tongue.
Yeah.
And tell, ooh, wait. God made him say this. I gotta listen. Because if he has to tell me this in any other way, I might not survive.
That's right.
That's right.
You know, man, I believe this, man.
Yeah.
You know why, man? I believed everything else.
Yeah.
I believe everything else. Stuff people told me. I trusted people. I went in their word. I went on these people's word. I trusted her.
Okay.
She said she gonna be with me and serve God. I trusted her. One little thing happened, she gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all get tested too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because women have pride too. It's not just men. Yeah. Look. Baby, I want to grow old with you. You know what that means, right? I'm ready to go up and down and all around, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. It ain't always smooth. Life is never that way. Job said, what? All we going to do is get good, and we don't get no evil. If you believe what went down, evil is all evil is in spirit, spilling out all over the place. Okay? It said, yo, Elisha died of an evil disease. That didn't mean he was evil.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
A lot of our forefathers died horribly. They wasn't evil.
True.
But it wasn't evil.
True.
Isaiah died horribly.
True.
But he wasn't evil.
As a people, a lot of those dudes, they call martyrs. As a people, some of his prophets were afflicted. And they was good with that, man.
Yeah.
Y'all know that?
Yeah.
Right.
So you know what? I'm about to die, but you know what? I'm living God's law, man.
Right.
I accomplished that. I accomplished nothing else in my life. I accomplished that.
Baruch Hashem.
And wherever I go and I leave here, at least I live here righteously. So you can guess where you're going to go when you die. Keep guessing. When these men already told you where you're going. Let's make it clear one more time. Sheol is the living dead, where the dead lives. Put it like that. The realm of the dead. All dead go there. Wicked, righteous. But then it comes apart, like Chishama said, it's a different lot here, a different lot here. Like jail. Classification. Your classification is righteous. You go right. You go right. You go right. You ain't never listened to God. And you hated your mother. And you hated your father. You got a lot of hate in you. You get out of here. Go over there with them.
Wow.
Separation. There's a separation beneath.
I'm going to show y'all something.
Judgment time.
See? Samuel came up. He was dead already. Where his spirit came from. I thought they said this is over.
Oh, no.
A lot of Israelites said when you die, that's it. Where did Samuel's spirit, where was he stashed? Why that woman was able to call him up? And why wasn't he the only one? There's a lot of dudes came up. She said, He said, what you see? Because he can't see. Only she could. Because she the one doing the witchcrafty stuff. She's the one that's doing it. You know how she was able to see it? Because she drank blood. And she eat with blood. Eating and drinking with blood is a connection on the dark side.
Connection to witchcraft. There's a connection to witchcraft.
That's why a lot of times it said you should not do enchantments or spells or observe times and do not eat with the blood. Because blood eating, eat your meat with the blood, you drink with the blood. They drunk blood. They ate rare. Oh, give me my steak medium rare. You know where that come from? Devil worshiping. Everything is opposite to God. How they worship the idols and the devil and what their sacrifices is abominable for us to do. So it links you to that side and gives you an eye for that wickedness. And you get linked up the same way you link up with God and his holy spirits and his angels come and hold you down. You link up with that dude, the adversary, and his minions, his demons will come hold you down. That's what's happening today. That's why I said we got to be smarter than this. Yeah, he's not gonna come and say, "Hey, I'm the adversary. I don't like you serving God. Come over here and do this." You're going to say, man, get out of here. Look. I don't care if you were 75% wrong with God. You're going to say, that's going to make you go 100% with the Most High.
That's right.
Oh, just sight alone. He ain't coming like that no more because he did that already. He did that already and he got it all.
That's right.
And he can't come to man like that. He can't come to us like that.
Right.
He can't come to us like that. Okay? It's not going to happen. He said, God made man in his image. But we going to have a lot of attributes of God. Oh, yeah. That's what he said. Who? Man, Adam. He's built different. I'm not going to be able to even talk to him. That's why the man is the guide. A lot of times we tell our women, hey, man, I don't want you to do that. Don't do. I may not explain it, all right, at that moment, but just follow me. Because a movement brings a way. A certain movement brings a reaction. How you carry yourself is how people approach you, especially a woman of mine. You understand what I'm saying? See, I got rules to keep me in line. A woman got rules to keep her in line. Kids got rules to keep them in line. Other than that, we're going to be just like everybody else. Time sheet.
That they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build a city. Therefore is the name of...
So now, God hit them with the languages. Now nobody can understand each other. That's why you go to certain places, you're the only black guy, but you know Spanish. and you're around Spanish people, once you open up your mouth and speak Spanish, whoa, come here, you in. Even though you dark-skinned, and some of them don't like dark-skinned, they don't like black people, but you know the language, you know their language. So you go to another country and you speak their language, you can get through, you can get by. People like foreigners that know their language. Right or wrong? Right. I'm a traveler, man, I know. You speak this, come samida. And he say, all right. The Koreans, they give you extra stuff.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Yeah. In the day and time, it's good to know different languages. Our forefathers did. He said, yo, speak to us in your tongue.
Ling ling.
Right or wrong? Speak to us in an Assyrian tongue.
Right.
He said, don't speak to us in our native tongue. Right. We don't want our people, the men on the wall, to hear what you're saying. You know what he was saying? You know what he was saying? If you don't bow down to me and let me run this, I'm gonna siege this place and make you drink your own urine and eat your own feces. Mm-hmm. So he said, wait, speak to me in your language. Mm-hmm. That way the men on the wall don't hear what you're saying. He said, no, I'm going to speak your language. I want everybody to hear, because if they're going to die, it's because of you. You see that? You see that? That was in the time of Rabshakeh. Rabshakeh, the captain of the guard, and Sennacherib. Sennacherib is the one that sent him. Hezekiah was the king at that time. Mm-hmm. So yes, it's good to know different languages. Tamshi.
Therefore is the name of it called Babel.
Babel.
Because the Lord did there confound the language of
confusion. It means confusion. It's to set in confusion.
Right.
Okay? To not know itself. And later on it became the land of confusion, Babylon. Mm-hmm. Tamshi.
And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
Do you see that? There was a time when all the humans that were alive at that time was in that one spot. Mm-hmm. It wasn't spread out across the world. Mm-hmm. They were trying to prevent. But God said, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. So you're going against his command. Because we want to stay in one spot. We want to go up there where they at. We don't want to get spread around. See, that's your problem. Don't want to do what God said. Don't want to do what your mother said. Don't want to do what your father said. Don't want to do what your husband said. Don't want to do what your friend telling you, what your brother telling you, what your sister telling you. It's some hard-headed people, man. God is right, man. We got a stone of heart, man. A hardy stone. A heart made of stone. Mm-hmm. You know what that means? We have no compassion. I don't even have compassion for myself. Mm-hmm. The way I'm moving, I think I care about myself, but I'm really hurting myself. Mm-hmm.
These are the generations of Shem.
Uh-huh.
Shem was 100 years old and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years.
Shem was 100 years old. He was 100 years old, and he got a son, Arphaxad, 2 years after the flood. He had no child till after he was 100. I'm going to show you something today. You got a dude who grew up in his parents' house. Whether he's Israelite or heathen, don't matter because it's the same. They all think the same. He want to hurry up and get away, go on his own. Want to get in the streets, want to do this, do that. He lived fast and die young. That's today. They're living fast and dying young.
That's right.
There's no respect for the old. Once you get old, you ain't recognized no more.
Right.
Oh, the young generation. No. The young generation is tweet because their parents are not bringing them up in the commandments of God. So they got their own idea of how this Israelite thing should go. The look is different. We don't look like Israelites no more. We don't. No. At least on Shabbat, everybody looked like an Israelite. Nobody looked like Israelites on Shabbat no more. What happened to the turbans? Only the old heads wear turbans? In my family, where the turbans at? Okay. You don't see turbans. I see little Jewish things here. I see little, nondescript
skull
stuff. Cat. Or he ain't got nothing on his head because he bald. See, I said turban, I messed around and messed mine up. Let's show you how true it is. Where is it at?
They can't wrap it, brother.
Look, the woman, you see how my imam's turban is wrapped? I remember a congregation, all the women had that. There was a time when every woman was dressed like that. Everybody was dressed like this. And we stood up for it. And ain't nobody made fun of us either. And we were, and I'm not ashamed of it either. I used to go to school like this anyway. I'm born every day. You're the only person. I've been in a lot of situations where you're only the one of your own kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because when you're following this, you're going to be the oddball. Yeah, you're going to get picked out for good or for bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes, I don't like him, man. Why? Because he dressed different and people still respect him and love him. People say, yeah, he's a good dude. You can talk to him. Why? It's not me you don't like. It's what I'm representing. I live different from you. And it's alien and strange. And most people who don't know and it's strange to them, they hate it. They hate what they don't understand. Yeah. What's that sound? Tell she.
Al-Paksah lived 530 years and begot Salah. And Al-Paksah lived after he begot Salah 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begot Peleg.
Okay. We're going to go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 32.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32.
Some dumb boy.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32.
Yes, you have to earn wearing a turban, but nobody's earning it. I don't see nobody earning it, Mabina. Nobody said, no. It was a test supposed to be given for it, but nobody's doing that no more.
Right.
That's why I don't see it. They're not instituting it in all camps. They're not making the youth feel like I have to wear this. That's why.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32. Roll on.
If thou be made the master of a feast.
You know what that means? You're the guest of honor. You're the master of the feast. You're the guest of honor. You know what I'm saying? You're not the guest of honor. You're the one conducting the feast. This is your feast. Okay? This is your production. Right? Tamshi.
Lift not thyself up.
Don't lift yourself up. Why we read that a lot? Lifting yourself up. How you lift? How can I lift myself up? Physically, I can't lift myself up. I lift my heart up. I lift my personality up above everybody else's. I think I'm better than everybody else. That's what lifting your heart up means. So if you are, all right, plain and simple. You have a feast, you're throwing a party. This is my party. I threw all the party. I invited everybody. I provided the food. Right?
Right.
I am not supposed to get big-headed. Why? No, read.
But be among them as one of the rest.
This is how you stay humble. Even though this is my production, you probably won't even know because you don't hear me saying it. Right. Somebody else going to say, oh, no, this is Chief Shama's thing. Oh, what? I didn't even know this was you because I'm not up here talking. Hey, this is me. This is not. I did this. Give me all the props. That's what that means. He said, be not among them as one of the rest. He said, take diligent care for them and so sit down. Meaning, make sure everybody got their food. You got your seats. Boom, boom. Sis, you got yours? Okay, boom, 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 boom. And then after that, go sit down. I'm not going to stand up there. Ding, ding, ding. Announcements, this, that. I'm on the stage. Nah. Everything we do is different. Even when we host people for a feast, there's a behavior for it.
Yeah.
Okay? These are written by godly men that serve God, so they know what they're talking about. And these are situations that we find ourselves in every day. Tell she.
And when thou hast done all thy office, take thy place, that thou mayest be merry with them and receive a crown for thy well ordering of the feast.
You know what? You're not going to really get a crown on top of your head. You will be honored as if you got one on top of your head. Mm-hmm. You will be honored as if you was a governor or a king because of the way you conducted yourself. Okay? And the way you ordered the feast. Mm-hmm. Nobody was, you can't throw a feast, right? And you didn't make sure Chief Shama's kids, how Chief Shama's kids ain't eat? Mm-hmm. I didn't order the feast right. Yeah, people, food, oh man, ain't no more food. What you mean ain't no more food? Those two kids ain't getting nothing. This grown-ups eating. You didn't order the feast correctly. Down to ordering a feast. There are ways to do that. Mm-hmm. Okay? It say, and you will receive a crown, meaning honor, like as if you had a crown, because of how you ordered it, how you made sure you said, yeah, man, I had a good time. You had a good time, right? Yeah, man, everybody had liquor too, right? Make sure everybody was good. But then I sit down. I'm not standing up for you to pat me on the back, mm-hmm. right? Or say anything else. Tell she.
Speak, mm-hmm. thou that art the elder, for it becometh thee. But with sound judgment, hinder not music. Pour not out.
It says, speak thou that art the elder. Mm-hmm. Right?
Right.
As me being the elder in most situations. I wait till everybody say what they got to say. And then I figure out the right thing by God to say. If I can't find that, if I can't pick the right words, I'll leave it alone for that time. Mm-hmm. Because certain things, I'm supposed to handle certain things a certain way because I'm the elder. Right or wrong?
That's right.
What people say, man, you too old. You should stop. You too old to be doing that. Right or wrong? So, yeah, I don't know. Right or wrong? You see people out say, hey, man, you too old to be doing that. You got to lead to certain things when you reach a certain age. Right or wrong, Chief Shama?
That's right.
Certain things got to be over when you reach a certain age. I can't move this way no more.
That's right.
I can't behave this way no more.
That's right.
I can't act this way no more.
That's right.
I can't react this way no more. Okay? So a lot of times it takes for the older one because the older one been around more. You got to listen sometimes to the one that been around more. That way you don't get your butt whipped with the one that been around more. You go. I'm showing you. I got my butt whipped 35 times. I'm telling you not to do this, so you don't get 35. That's why I said, thou that art the older. Don't say they don't say nothing. You gotta say something. You gotta say something. Well, and he said, but to speak thou that art the elder, or it becometh thee, meaning this is what's required of you. Okay? He said, but with sound judgment, the right thing got to come out your mouth.
Yeah.
The right words got to come out your mouth.
Yeah.
If I want you, if I'm trying to show you where you went wrong, calling you an MF and all these other words not going to do it.
No.
Calling you out your name ain't going to do it.
No.
Talking about your mama ain't going to do it.
No.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm. I can't offend you. And say, yeah, nobody likes that. Mm-hmm. So these things, I got to, sometimes I got to speak to the dude by itself. Some situations, y'all can sit there. She's out the room. Y'all can sit. Once to clear out the room, what was it saying?
Yes, sound judgment.
Sound judgment. And sometimes, man, it be situations where ain't nobody gonna listen to you. Mm-hmm. So you just gotta keep your mouth shut. That's what it is today. Mm-hmm. He said, tell your brother this, but sometimes you can't do that. So you got to keep your mouth shut. And sometimes that's the wise thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their moment, man. Sometimes you got to be like, yo, you know what? I'll speak to him later. This ain't the time. He's too upset or he's too down. You know what I'm saying? Tell you.
Pour not out words where there is a musician.
Yo,
and
man,
showing out
no,
wisdom out of time.
This is one thing I used to always hate as a rapper, right? Somebody comes and yo, man, spit this for me. And I'm spitting. And then you start talking, people start having a conversation right there. Nobody likes that. Right or wrong? Open up the book. Hey, it said, look, I got it. It say this right here. And when you start reading it, everybody has to remember, man, there's a way. It's a time to talk. It's a time to be quiet. You see what it says? Pouring out our words where there is a musician. The musician singing the song, you busy having a conversation. Mm-hmm. That's offensive. That's not a good thing. It said, don't do it. Yo, but can't you hear it? All right. And like with my imam, I'll be having a conversation with somebody. And once I hear my imam voice, the conversation's dead. Y'all hear me? The conversation dead. So if you're talking to me and my mother comes, right? My attention is going to go to her. So do me a favor and stop talking for me. Don't expect for me to keep my attention on you. I have to acknowledge her presence. I have to acknowledge my father's presence. I have to acknowledge God's presence. They come first. Ways come deep, man. He says these things are offensive to a musician. He'll start pouring out words, and he's putting out music. He said, and show not forth wisdom out of time. This ain't the time for wisdom. But this ain't the place. Mm-hmm. There's a time and a place for everything. Sometimes you say, man, why you ain't saying nothing? I said, man, it wasn't the time to say nothing. Oh, man, you should have said that. Listen, man, I see deeper than you. Plain and simple, man. I perceive things deeply. Okay? Sometimes you ain't got to tell me what's wrong. I can tell something wrong. Okay? By your mannerism or what you're saying or how you're moving. Okay? Mm-hmm. Tongue sheet.
A concert of music and a banquet of wine is as a signet of carbuncle set in gold.
A concert of music and a banquet of wine. Little harp, little wine. You know, people today put on a little jazz, get a little wine and sit back and listen to some, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Every once in a while. It said that thing is like having a jewel. It's like having a ring. Tongue sheet.
As a signet of an emerald set in the work of gold, so is the melody of music with pleasant wine. Speak, young man.
Speak, young man. You can speak, young man. Speak up. And when you speak the right thing. But
if there be need of thee.
Most of the time, we don't need to hear from you.
And yet,
no. Hold on. Wait, we got to stay there. As when I was a young man, my mouth didn't move. That's how I was trained. Right or wrong. We always train like that. Well, shut up, man. Y'all talking good. Even as we grow up, man, my mama would say, hey, man, y'all sound like a bunch of, man, shut up, man. Right or wrong. There's times you just got to be quiet, man. You just got to be quiet. That's right. Yeah, especially young men, because this young man, he want to talk, this one talking, and then something happens. Something happens. These ways are very accurate, man. Very accurate. He said sometimes he said, if you really need to speak, if you don't really need to speak, don't say nothing. And yet scarcely without art twice asked. Look, the guy got to ask you twice. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because you're not. These are signs of keeping myself in check, my spirit in check, that I don't get lifted up above anybody. All right, top sheet.
Let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words.
Because people gonna get tired of you quick. Make your explanation. Make what you gotta say. Don't drag it out. What happened is. And then you start talking, then you mention the word blue, and then you go off into something else, and then we got to bring you back to the subject. We're messed up, man. You don't even know how to have a conversation. He said, let your speech be short, man. You don't wear nobody out. This does not apply to parents. Let me make this clear.
That's right.
But when we get lectures from our parents, they're long. They're not short. Okay? But with each other, Let our words be few, man. We ain't got too many. It'd be too many words, man. He said, comprehending much in few words. Pick my words correctly, and I won't have to say a lot for you to understand. Come, sheep.
Be as one that know it, and yet hold in his tongue.
Hey, yo, you got to know when. Look, performance of the law lets you know when to do
When
these
to talk and when not.
You only know when. Okay, this
Right.
is. I got something wise to say, but this is not the time. Performance of the law lets you know when it's time to say these things, when it's not time to say these things.
That's right.
The performance of God. The why I say that? Because the performance of God brings wisdom. Now wisdom will tell you, look, not now. Yo, not him, not her, not over here. Wait till Ema here, or wait till this person. That's what wisdom will tell you. But you only get it if you perform God's commandments. Tom sheep.
If thou be among great men, make not thyself equal with them.
All right, now I'm around great men. I'm around seniority, elders, prince and chief men, generals that got seniority over me. They've been around. You know what I'm saying? They're old enough to be my father. Okay? I don't make myself equal with them. I'm not trying to show that me and him is on the same page.
Right.
I give him his honor. You know what I'm saying? You have to be that way with your teachers. You have to be that with everyone. You have to be that way with your mother and father. You can't be equal with your mother and your father. Then you can't honor them if you're equal with them. Okay? And God said you got to honor them. You can't, you know what I'm saying? We're equal. Brethren, we're equal. But not parents. Nah. Tough shit.
And when ancient men are in place, use not many words.
Yo, man. That's a day room dude. That's what we call a day room guy. You know what the day room guy is? He's in every conversation. There's chess playing over there. He got next. He playing spades there, and he got the remote to the TV. That's a day room guy. He want to be in everything involved in the room. Around ancient men. You see, you're around ancient men, he said, stay in one place. Don't use a lot of words. You know why? Because you learn a lot. Now, the ancient men we're talking about is godly ancient men. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like my father. We ain't go around father running our mouth all the time. Right? Because he's always dropping jewels. If I'm a young man, I'm running my mouth all the time, I'm not going to get no jewels dropped on me. Right. And look, the OG ain't going to want to drop no jewels. You said, man, he talk too much, man. I mean, look, person that talk too much, you can't tell him nothing. You can't teach him nothing. You can't show him nothing. You're going to tell him, yeah, I know. He's going to brush you off. Tell him she.
Before the thunder goeth lightning.
Uh-huh.
And before a shamefaced man shall go favor.
Uh-huh.
Rise up betimes and be not the last, but get thee home without delay. There, take thy pastimes and do what thou wilt, but sin not by proud speech.
So, proud speech is sin. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Proud speech is sin. Tom sheep.
And for these things bless him that made thee, and hath replenished thee with his good things.
His good things is what he's given us. The laws, the commandments, the statutes, okay? His ways. All these things are good things that God made us, and we should be blessing his name every day, all day, because we have the privilege to get correct before him. Tom sheep.
Whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline.
Whoever fears God will receive God's discipline, meaning that when you get disciplined, you will know it is of God.
Right.
And you will never do it again. You have that much fear, all right, to know, oh, wow, I did that and this happened, this came from God. You will receive his discipline, okay? He said, and they that seek him early shall find favor. Seek him early. Don't wait. Stop hesitating. Don't linger. Top shit.
He that seeketh the Lord shall be filled therewith, but the hypocrite will offend thereat.
Because this man is seeking the law so he can do it. The hypocrite is not seeking the law to do it. That's the difference. Because if you're seeking the law, you're going to be filled with the law.
Right.
It's going to be a part of you. Filled means it's going to be inside of you. You filled up with it. It's naturally a part of you. Okay?
Right.
He said, but the hypocrite will be offended thereat. The hypocrite get offended at everything because he's not filled with the law. He will act like he is, but he'll be offended. Tamshi.
They that fear the Lord shall find judgment, and shall kindle justice as the light. A sinful man will not be reproved.
A man that's full of sin, a sinful man, he's a sinful man, presumptuous in it,
won't be corrected.
Nobody's going to be able to correct him. That's how you know a sinful man. Okay? But find it an excuse.
According to his will.
Well, look, I got an excuse. I got an excuse
why I did it.
I got a reason why I did that, Out.
The reason why I did it.
Yo, they wrote this thousands of years ago. And we playing it out.
That's right.
We playing it out. Because we can read some of this stuff and laugh about it because we have either seen it or done it. Right or wrong. That's crazy, man.
Like real characters.
Characters. It's a character. Straight out of a comic book.
Real characters.
All right, one more verse. And I'm going to shut it down.
A man of counsel will be considerate.
A man that gives counsel is a considerate person.
Is a considerate person.
Just to give counsel alone, yo, I'm considering you. Hey, brother, come here. What you want? If I hate you, I ain't telling you nothing. If I don't like you, I ain't telling you nothing, right or wrong. But love had a multitude of faults, and love doesn't have a limit. Love, I truly love you, regardless of what we go through. That don't change.
Right.
Okay? Because I will still kill and die for you. That's how far it goes. Finish that. But a strange
and proud man is not daunted with fear, even when of himself he had done without conscience.
He said, but a strange to the law. He lives outside of the rules of God's commandments. That's why he's strange. He said, a strange and a proud, there go that word pride again. A man that don't do commandments and his ways are proud, okay, will not be daunted with fear. What you tell him God gonna do, he don't care. You can't get him with fear because he got so much pride. Pride people aren't scared of consequences until it happens. Like I said before, in order to serve God, you're gonna get put into situations where you will have to swallow your pride or die. Okay? He said, even when of himself he had done without counsel. Sometimes I make moves and I should have asked you guys, should I have done this or should have, right? He said, yo, man, why didn't you come ask me? I'd have told you. Yo, man, why you buy that, man? I specialize in this, man. I'd have told you the right one to buy. All these is our ways, man. All these is rightful ways of thinking if we perform these commandments the way God said. Everybody reads, thou shalt not steal, and get a different perception of it. Everybody reads, honor your father and your mother, and get a different definition of it. Okay? But it's a shame. Kol Israel can't be on the same page, man. Shalom Aleichem. Now we're going to leave this on a minute or two, just in case anybody have any questions. A lot of times I know we be moving fast.
He heard you say you shutting it down.
Stop it. Okay. No more trouble. You fix.
Or get a clean hairstyle with
Oh, Shemo.